Tiga. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and all the participants. Welcome back to the second day of the 22nd AsiaCALL International Conference 2025. This conference dedicated to advancing language learning, technology, and education.
We really hope that everyone have a pleasant morning. As we begin today's session, let's continue to celebrate innovation, collaboration, and scholarly excellence that define the spirit of AsiaCALL.
To officially reopen our event, let us extend our appreciation to all the distinguished guests and all participants who have joined us on Sunday, 16 November 2025. We are honored to present our fourth keynote speaker. But before moving to that session, let's check our spirit. Do you remember when we say AsiaCALL? You can say, we learn, we share, we grow. Okay.
So don't forget to use the gesture, everyone.
Yeah. Let's check it out. AsiaCALL.
We learn, we share, we grow. Thank you so much, everyone. And without further ado, we're going to continue to our session today. It will be delivered by the Vice President of International Relations of AsiaCALL, Professor Jeremy White, PhD, from Ritsumeikan University, Japan, with the presentation titled Practical Integration of Generative AI in Higher Education.
And the session will be moderated by Ms. Ivo Dinasta Junior SSM Appling. Please welcome our moderator by a warm applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the second day of our seminar. My name is Ivo, and it's my pleasure to once again serve you as moderator. Yesterday, we gained valuable insight from our keynote speakers. And today, we continue our learning journey with another leading figure whose contributions have significantly shaped the fields of AI and applied linguistics. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Professor Jeremy White, but I will introduce about his profile first. Professor Jeremy White, PhD, is a Vice President for Administrative Affairs of Publications of AsiaCALL from Industrial University, Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. He is a professor in the College of Information Science and Engineering at Ritsumeikan University, Japan. He has taught English as a foreign language in Japan for the past 20 years. He earned his PhD from Kyoto University. His dissertation's research was related to Minecraft and text-based learning to encourage English language communications. Professor Jeremy White is the editor-in-chief of the CALL EG, or Computer-Assisted Language Learning Electronic Journal. And also, he is the co-editor-in-chief of the International Journal of AI in Language Education, published by ICTE Press. Prof. Jeremy, this time is yours.
My Instagram QR code there, and you're welcome to follow me there. Basically, my Instagram is all running photos and cat photos, but you know, if you want to follow it, you're welcome to follow along. So, oh, all disappeared. I just swipe it, okay. So yeah, we're here on a Sunday morning. I'm sure some of you are a bit sleepy and you need your coffee or whatnot for today, but hopefully I can kind of have a light talk and we can just enjoy ourselves. So I come from Ritsumeikan University. It's a private university in Japan. We have 4 campuses all around the place. Have about 30,000 students in total, all face-to-face students. I'm from the College of Information Science and Engineering, and a little bit unique is that 25% of my students are international. So actually I have many Indonesian students who are there learning information science in English over there. So yeah, you don't need any sort of Japanese level to enter my university if you're doing the English course, which is quite unique for studying in Japan. I've done a few other things. I do research on games, co-editor of the Call EJ journal, lots and lots of things. But my identity is a little bit strange. So I'm from New Zealand. This is me. I'm from New Zealand, but my father is British and my mother is from New Zealand, so I'm half British. But my parents now live in Australia, so I've got some Australian in me as well. And I've lived in Japan for 22 years now, so I have a lot of Japanese in me as well. My wife is Japanese, my kids are half Japanese, so I feel very, very mixed in my identity now. With my research, so, oopsie daisies. I'll stop doing that. With my research, I have started off working with translation devices, doing some research about foreign students and Japanese students, how they use translation devices to talk to each other. And then, I won't play the video. I also did some research on using Minecraft to teach English. This is actually my PhD was about Minecraft. So, it was a lot about playing games, which is quite fun, actually. And then after Minecraft, I moved on to Fortnite. And I used Fortnite for helping foreign students learn Japanese and to see how it was if you could use Fortnite to learn formal Japanese. And the answer is no. It's not very good for formal Japanese. Very good for casual Japanese. Okay, so yeah, what I'm talking about today is AI, and I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but it's the Gartner hype cycle. So what we have with this hype cycle is there's always a technology trigger, okay, and the names on this are fantastic. So we move from the technology trigger, number 1 there, and you move up to number 2, the peak of inflated expectations. And then down through to the trough of disillusionment, the slope of enlightenment, and the plateau of productivity. So each technology, when it comes through, goes through these stages. And how quickly they go through these stages depends on the technology. With AI, this is kind of an interactive presentation, so a question is coming up. With AI, where do you think we are now? So we've had the technology trigger. Are we 2, 3, 4, 5? Where do you think we are now? Anybody want to guess? I see number 3 come up. Trough of disillusionment. Okay. Any other? Yeah. Number 4, so the slope of enlightenment. Okay. So basically you're both correct. Because there's many different types of AI. And if you look at the hype cycle for AI, there's many different aspects to AI, and they're all at different stages in the hype cycle at the moment. Many of these things here I don't even understand myself. For example, my AI agents, I can understand that. Edge AI, I have no idea what that is, but it's somewhere on the cycle there. So yeah, we've had this technology trigger, and it's working through the hype cycle at the moment. So in 2022, ChatGPT first came along, and within my world, we had some academics who, we must create a AI-proof curriculum. You know, AI is going to steal our jobs. It's going to take everything away. We must stop it. So those people who were like, oh, this is an opportunity to try something new, we felt like we were doing something bad, and we had to hide the fact that we were using AI to try and make new things for our classes and things. That was at the stage of 2022. I'm happy to say that the attitude of a lot of people in the academic world has changed when they've seen the positives that AI, generative AI, can bring to our teaching and to students' learning, of course, as well. So I'm going to talk about some of the positive impacts and give you some examples of how I've been using it in my teaching. Okay. So first of all, tools like ChatGPT. Just a question, actually. Anyone here, I've never used ChatGPT? Okay. One more question. Who uses the free version of ChatGPT? Can you raise your hands? Free version. Okay. Who pays for ChatGPT? Okay. This is interesting for later. It's creating a little bit of a digital divide between those who can pay for it and those who cannot pay for it. But I'll get onto that later. So, you know, before ChatGPT, Grammarly was always there, and that was what students used to check their essays and things. And for my students, it's been quite helpful. If I give you one example of a student who submitted, this is my student's essay here, the start of his essay anyway, and he's gone to ChatGPT, he's gone to Grammarly to find out. Of course you can't see that, I'm going to zoom it up in just a moment. But he's gone to Grammarly to find his mistakes, and quite interestingly, what the student has done is that he's put my grading criteria into the chat of Grammarly, to the AI chat, and he's asked the chat, how does my essay look based on what my teacher wants? And so the student had sent me a photo of his chat and said, okay, Grammarly AI chat thinks that my essay is quite good and that it doesn't have too much AI in there, so do you agree, type thing. So this is actually the first time that a student has openly shown me how they are checking their own essays using AI. So I was quite actually encouraged to see that students are happy to show me that they're using these tools and to show me how they're using these tools now, and that they are using these tools. You know, Grammarly, he's using the free version here, and it's great to see that he is using it. So we also have things like chatbots. Anyone here use Duolingo? Can you raise your hands? Okay, can I ask, what languages do you learn on Duolingo? English? Yeah. Anyone apart from English? Another language? Korean? Okay, yeah, same as my wife. She's learning Korean. Good. Japanese? Okay, I should be doing that. What's one of the great things about Duolingo is, it's a very good learning tool. One thing I'm not a fan of Duolingo is how many times it sends notifications that, hey, you haven't studied today. In my family, my wife is learning English. My one of my daughters is learning Spanish, and my other daughter is learning Finnish, all through Duolingo. But all the notifications come to me. So if they don't study, I'm getting all these emails and notifications about their lack of study. And so that's my issue with Duolingo at the moment. But it's good. But there's many, many applications out there just like Duolingo. Nope, I pressed the wrong one again. Sorry, let me do that. Okay, there's many out there just like Duolingo. So I've never used these ones, but Make You Fluent, for example, and Univerbal, just while researching for presentations like this, these sorts of things pop up in my Instagram feed about, hey, they're going to be really good for your language learning. Okay, and a lot of these applications are free to a point, just like Duolingo. So many free tools out there that you can use and try with yourself or with your students, if you so wish. So, okay, these ones popped up on my feed. Let's see if they play.
Like apple juice?
Yes, I like.
You should say, yes, I do.
Yes, I see.
Don't have any sound at the
I
moment.
do.
If a question begins with do, it should be answered with do as well.
All right.
Okay.
But even
Do you have a
without
pen?
sound, you can see
No, I do.
that it
Do you
is
mean
just
no, I don't?
this
Yes.
person here
No,
is trying
I
to learn the
don't.
language, and the
You should
AI
try this app named Ablo to start your personalized English-speaking
is
training plan
pointing
with
out
your
the
AI
mistakes
tutor.
and showing how they can
Really?
improve their
But I don't have
language.
time to study English every day.
Don't worry.
And
With
this one
Ablo,
here, the
you
second
can
one,
practice English whenever you want to, before
is
bed,
a similar
after
thing,
breakfast,
but this
while
one
waiting for the
is,
bus,
this
and
middle
so
one's
on.
talking about
Cool.
trying
I'll
to become like a
download it
native
to have a try.
pronunciation. I don't necessarily agree that you need to become a native with your pronunciation, but it's giving things for that.
Like
Alright,
apple
I'll
juice?
move
This is
on
a question
to
that I get
the next
asked.
slide. Anyway. Okay, so during COVID times, yep, you can see it. Okay, during COVID times, stepping back a bit, before AI really was around for teachers, we got asked to make a lot of online videos for our classes. I don't know, I mean, your learning experience during COVID, where you had lots of online activities as well. So I made a lot of videos and I put them onto YouTube. And this one in particular is talking about academic writing. So, and this is how they went at that time. At the start, the viewership of my videos was amazing, 400 views a day. I was, oh, this is great. I'm going to become a famous writing YouTuber or something like that. But very quickly, students got tired of watching the videos and watching me talking about academic writing, and they stopped. They stopped looking at it. Okay. And I can understand that. Who wants to watch me for 20 minutes talk about writing? So, the reason I talk about that is in my situation in Japan, my university, we had, in 2024, we had a 15-week semester and our classes were 90 minutes. Then in 2025, we've changed to a 14-week semester plus one 20-minute online video. And from my experience, I didn't want to make YouTube videos again because I think the students are sick of seeing my face. So I thought, well, what can I do? And I had a look around and I thought about using avatars instead of people. And now, because of AI, the avatars that are around are amazing. For example, this Ego AI, it's run by actually someone who works at Ritsumeikan University at the moment. They use avatars to provide lessons, and you can make, if you are a member, you can have custom lessons for your university, for example, and it's quite affordable, actually. So they have hundreds of lessons, you can choose your level, etc. And good thing, you get instant feedback on what you're doing as well, your speaking and your writing. So yeah, I thought about this and, well, can I use avatars? So some of the positives I've thought about, well, it's the same explanation across all classes, that's great. Efficiency, I have lots of part-time teachers who work underneath me, so I can give it to them, and it saves them a task, and it saves me a task of doing lots of different things. The avatars can support multiple languages, so I could switch it from English to Japanese if I needed to. But the one thing I'm not sure about was engagement. So are students more interested with viewing an avatar than they are with viewing me in a video? So the system I used was called Synthesia, okay? And yeah, we could make, well, it's a paid system. We had to pay roughly about American dollars, look at $700 a year. It's not cheap, but we could make many, many avatars through this. You have a limited time, but we've never actually run out of time for it. Now, this is one of the avatars I made for the class.
Imagine a world where your words can open doors.
Okay, no sound, but you can see. So this person is not real.
Is your key to
All right, this person is not real.
Crucial for
But
both your
all I have to
academic
do
and
is I
professional journey.
upload my syllabus onto
In academic
the
literacy
website.
302,
So the
you'll
AI
gain essential
reads my
skills like
syllabus and it
critical
comes up
thinking
with
and
a
effective
video
communication.
idea. And
These
then I
skills
go
are
into
not
the
just
video
academic.
from
They are
stage
life
by
skills
stage,
that
and
will
I can
serve you
edit
in any
it,
career.
and I can make the video
Building on the foundation
custom
of
for my
English
students.
110.
I can change
This
anything
course will
in there.
refine your writing prowess,
There's many, many
preparing
different
you for
avatars
more
you can
advanced
use,
challenges on your
so
academic path.
you can just
An
choose from
introduction
anybody.
is more than just the beginning.
And the
It's
students
first
actually
impulse.
seem to be quite
It sets the
interested
stage for your
in
entire
this,
essay,
and some of them
capturing your reader's
were
attention
not
from the
100%
start.
sure whether this was a person or an avatar,
Use
and they'd
techniques
come and
like
ask
a
you in the
compelling
first
hook
class,
or a
like, was that
thought-provoking
AI?
question to draw readers in. Outline your... Imagine a...
Okay. Yeah, so another way is AI I've been using it in my class is to make comprehension questions, vocabulary quizzes, etc., to save me time in my preparation and my implementation as well. So one of the classes I teach is a class called Academic Literacy 302. And I uploaded the booklet to it. I just did this for this presentation. Okay, I uploaded the booklet and I said, hey, this is my prompt to ChatGPT, by the way. I said, hey, can you give me 5 multiple choice questions on writing an introduction in academic writing based on the booklet that I have written. So the prompt you have to write for this is quite lengthy. If you getting your prompts right, and it's been talked about before, but getting your prompts right is very, very important when you're using this. So quickly put this up, and then it comes up with 5 questions, okay? And I can put these questions into our learning management system and implement that across my classes, and it just saves a bunch of time. Okay, and the questions, sometimes they're not quite right. You have to go in and check everything. It's very important to check the work of AI. You can't assume that it's always correct. So another way I've been using it, apart from quizzes and things, is I have to make a lot of rubrics with my classes. So students really want to know how are they assessed. Of course, they want to know how are they assessed for each writing assignment. So a rubric, if I write a rubric, it takes a very long time. If I put it into my criteria into the AI, it comes up with a basic outline for a rubric, and then I can go through and edit and change things and implement it like that. So the main thing is prompt engineering, okay? Writing good prompts with your AI is so important. It's not the AI making the mistake, it's us and how we are using it that is the problem, all right? So this is how I wrote a rubric. My prompt is very long, and actually this is not all of the prompt. So I had to go deep into it to make it work properly, okay? And then it comes up with something like this. All right. So that's the rubric, and you can also get it to mark your essays for you. All right, or give you a general idea of the level of the essays. So again, I've uploaded the booklet, and I said have a look at the criteria, and then this is how I are interested in marking the essays that are there. Okay, all of these points here, plus the rubric that we talked about. Now have a look at the essays. And it can rank the essays from first to last if you want to, or it can give you some general pointers on the essays. I've got some examples coming up. So again, the point here is it saves time. For teachers who, I don't know how many, this is not me real, this is AI me, okay. So yeah, it's saving time. When you're teaching, you have a lot of classes, you have a lot of administration, so anything that saves time is a good thing. Okay. So, yeah, sorry, I'll get to that in a minute. So this is the essay that one of the students submitted, and then I've written the following prompt. Okay, I've asked for feedback on the essay, and I don't want the feedback on an entire essay to be more than 500 words, because ChatGPT and other AIs has a habit of making very, very long feedback. So I had to tell it exactly how much I wanted. So this is, based on that essay, it came up with some strengths of the essay, some weaknesses of the essay, and a comment. Okay. And if I had more than this, I think my students would stop paying attention. Yeah, too much red pen, for example, if you're in the old days marking something with red pen and students don't pay attention. Again, too many comments and the students don't pay attention either. So that was how I've been using it in my writing classes. I also teach speaking classes, and for one of the speaking classes we have a practice job interview. Okay, the students have to make a CV and a cover letter, and they're applying for a job. And we use ChatGPT to conduct some mock interviews with the students based on their CV and cover letter. So I thought we could try a little demonstration here. And this guy. So this guy really wants to work at Apple. Okay, he wants to be a systems engineer at Apple. And previously I've talked to ChatGPT about this, and we'll see if it's awake and wants to talk to me about this. Okay, ChatGPT, are you there?
I'm right here, always ready to help out whenever you need me.
Okay, so are you ready to conduct the mock interview?
Absolutely, let's dive right in. I'm all set to play the role of the interviewer. You just be yourself or your CV alter ego and we'll get you prepped.
Okay, can you start by asking me some example questions?
Of course, let's get started. Interviewer, thanks for taking the time to chat with us today. To kick things off, could you tell me a bit about your background and what drew you to apply for this role at Apple? You can go ahead and answer whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So my background is in systems engineering, and I completed my degree recently, and I really like Apple's products, and I thought this would be the perfect place for me to begin my career and grow.
That's a great start. You tied in your degree and motivation nicely. That's fantastic to hear. We definitely value enthusiasm for our products. Could you give me an example of a project or experience from your studies that you think prepared you well for working on a team here?
Yeah, I started to develop a language learning application in a team, and we actually were teaching the Māori language from New Zealand, and it was quite successful as a mock project.
That sounds like a really unique and impactful project. That's a wonderful example. It's great to hear you've had experience working on a team-based app development, especially something culturally meaningful like teaching Maori. Let's dive a bit deeper. How did you handle any challenges or disagreements within your team during that project?
Okay, ChatGPT will finish the interview there. Thank you.
You're very welcome. That was a great bit of practice, and you did really well with your responses.
Okay, so one small issue with it is ChatGPT is far too positive all the time. But you can actually say, hey, you can prepare it beforehand and say, hey, you're too positive. Can you be more strict with your answers? And you don't need to give positive feedback all the time. So yeah, my students have been using that. The issue is the students who don't have the paid version of ChatGPT can't really do the same sort of things as the ones who do have the paid version. Okay, so yeah, AI is also providing support for essay structure, paraphrasing in academic writing. Okay, it helps them to create some topics. For example, they're not writing the whole essay using it, but just help them generate some ideas, and I think that's perfectly fine. So, for example, using this topic here, and then it just comes up with some introduction ideas for the thesis statement and the body paragraph ideas. So, not too bad. Also using it for things like paraphrasing. Okay, think of a different way to paraphrase it using AI, and it comes up with a couple of different options that the students could possibly use for that. Or using it for something like vocabulary extension. So the students have it there and they can think about a different word for good, for example. So some different words that could be used there. Of course, you could just look at a dictionary and find different words for good, but using AI is much more fun. So these are all the positive things about AI. And of course, there's also some negative that's been challenging in my own workplace, and I'll discuss a bit of those now. So in my academic writing class, we set a topic and we work on an essay for 7 weeks. And this is in 2024, this is how I did it. And we would teach the structure of writing. Students would go away and at home, they'd do all their typing up and things on their computer. So it's mainly a homework activity. We'd learn in the classroom and they'd do it at home. So the problem with this came in 2024 when students submitted something like this, and you can't really see, but at the bottom there, Grammarly comes up with this is 100% AI. Okay, so students weren't doing what they needed to do, or this student in particular, and just going straight to ChatGPT to write their essay for them. All right, so this particular student I talked to about that, I asked them to revise it, and they came back with the next one, which was 75% AI. So a reduction of 25%, but also still a lot of AI that can be used. But how did I tell that the student actually used AI and it wasn't just their writing was amazing? One reason was I knew the student and I know that they don't have that English ability to write like that. And the other reason was I asked them to write me a 50-word summary of their essay and they couldn't. Okay, just sit down with pen and paper and just write me a quick little summary of what you wrote in the paper you just handed in to me. And they couldn't do that, so it wasn't their own words, it wasn't their own ideas. So in 2025, I came up with my AI-proof way of academic writing. We decided to go pen and paper instead. So we did all of our writing in class using pen and paper and thought, okay, well, we've solved the problem. They can't use AI anymore. Oh, how wrong I was. Still 40% AI. So this essay was submitted, lots of AI. Do you get any idea, this is a question for you now, any idea why there was so much AI still in the students' work? If they've written all in pen and paper and in class, not using computers? Okay. Well, the reason was that the students memorized AI. So they went home and they checked things on AI and they memorized those sentences and they came in and they wrote it in class. All right? There's some benefits to that, learning it through that, but also it kind of took away the point. So at the moment, I don't know where we are with when it comes to writing and preventing students from using AI. I think we just need to find a better way to incorporate it into our classes. So some of the issue with students using it is that they're losing their authentic voice. Okay, I used to, when I got an essay from a Japanese student, I could understand what their mistakes were. But unfortunately, those sorts of things are a little bit difficult now to find because everything is similar. Students rely on it too much. This has been talked about too much, a lot so far, this conference, but students are relying on it too much, and it sometimes gives incorrect, it hallucinates, gives wrong answers. Okay. Also, as a teacher, sometimes AI wastes your time. So this is for a conference that I was doing. I asked AI to make a poster, and I said, starting at 9:45 a.m. So this one it made perfectly. Then I asked it to say that lunch break was starting at 1:30, and it did 1:3 p.m. So, okay, I said, oh, that one was wrong, and I asked it to correct it. It said, yep, it's definitely, 1:15 p.m., but it said 1:30. I asked it for 1:15, still back at 1:30, and it continued to waste my time many, many times. All right. So this was a year ago with ChatGPT. Maybe it's improved a lot since then as well. Finally, another thing that's happened, this was with Copilot. I decided to ask it for some references for a paper, and it made some references for me, but the references were completely made up. They were fictional references. Okay, and so I went back and I checked the references, and I asked it, are these real references? And its answer to me was, well, no, they're not real references. These are just examples of what references could be in your time frame. So I realized it's not AI's fault, it's my fault because my prompt writing was incorrect for that. Okay, yeah, so last point. AI is creating a little bit of a digital divide because we have students who, I just got you to raise your hands earlier, the people who have the paid version of these things and people who don't have the paid version, they're getting slightly different information, they have access to different tools. So this is an issue. Countries that allow AI use and countries that don't allow AI use, digital divide happening there as well. So some strategies, we can talk more openly about AI use with our students, role shift, okay, the teachers are becoming more guides now. This was talked about yesterday, and AI literacy, understanding how to use it is very important. Okay, final thing. Who in this room has done this before? Oh, I see a couple hands down the back. I won't ask how old you are, but in my generation, okay, this was a common thing. You put your tape into the tape machine and the machine goes, you pull it out and then you had to rewind it with a pencil to try and get it back in. All right? Your generation, or the students here today, you'll never experience this. All right? It's unfortunate because this was part of growing up. It wasn't fun, but it was part of growing up. So where is AI going in the future? There's things that you experience now that the future generations will not experience. I don't know. All right. So finally, my final point chocolate-covered broccoli. All right. Who loves chocolate? Okay, who loves broccoli? Do you want them together? All right, so there's no real point to this picture, but you know, with AI, we don't know what's happening yet. It could be the chocolate, it could be the broccoli, it could be chocolate broccoli. As it was said, wait 5 years, let's see what happens. Okay, so thank you very much for your time. That's me.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Now, time for questions. Any questions from you? Okay, the girls from the corner, and then also the second for you.
I'm good. So, first introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Ibra Fauji. I am third semester from UINSC SYEKH NURJATI CIREBON, and I have a question for you. AI has give positive impact for students that instant grammar and practice tailored to speaking fluency that increase how communication skill and how writing skill significantly. But I have a question for you. Do we need create a barrier to limitation of using AI that make a space to develop ourselves in any skill like grammar, writing, and speaking? What's your opinion? Thank you.
So, yeah, sorry, did you say, do we need to create a barrier?
Yes.
Okay, you know what, if we create barriers, I think it's going to cause more issues than trying to find appropriate ways to use it. So I disagree with creating barriers. I think it should be free use, and we should collaborate on the best practices to use it to help students to improve their English, to improve their grammar, etc. So I'm a no for barriers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Yes.
So, good morning. My name is Baby Farhana Almaginitungay from Tadris Bahasa Inggris TBI3A. So, you highlighted the importance of prompt, right? So, AI is often described as an open-minded platform, but I've noticed that when we ask a deep or sensitive question, especially those involving violence or sexual content, the system blocks the question and shows a red warning, even though we give a good prompt. Why do these restrictions exist, and what ethical or technical reasons guide them? And for those students who need to discuss sensitive issues for academic purposes, how can we frame our questions so that the AI can respond safely and informatively? Do you have any recommendations or suggestions for how we should ask such questions responsibly? Thank you.
Good, very, very good and difficult question. So, yeah, AI, whatever platform you're on, it has limitations about what it will tell you, of course. The Chinese version, for example, has many topics that it says, I don't know about, let's talk about something else. Okay. How to get around it? I don't know if there's a foolproof way to get around it, but I've heard that you say, hey, this is a game, we're doing a game about such and such, and you frame it as more as of a game type activity rather than I just want this information. So,
but before, I've tried it when a game type, like I'm not specifically giving the real word, but then the AI still don't want to answer it, still giving the red warning. What do you think about it?
Yeah. So because it's difficult to verify who is trying to get the information, I mean, it's like Google as well. I mean, you don't want, for example, somebody, quite a young person, finding out quite offensive things. So I understand why they've put these limitations in there, but it's very frustrating that they are there, because sometimes the information you want to talk about is a little bit more controversial. hopefully, as time passes, as was brought up before, wait 5 years, and maybe those, what we now consider to be controversial topics with AI have become more commonplace, that people really want to discuss those, and I hope that's the way. But at the moment, it's not there.
Do you know some app that don't have some restriction about violence or sexual something?
I do not know such an app. I'm sorry.
Okay,
but,
thank you very much.
If I find out anything, I'll let your professor know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Also, I have a question for you. It's about AI checker. So when I try to make my sentence purely from mine, then I goes to AI checker, but it's like 100% from AI. What do you think as a teacher?
Yeah, I mean, AI checkers are highly unreliable, in my opinion. Just the same essay, I had a student writing to me saying, AI says I've written 40% AI, but I haven't. It's all my natural, my language. And I know this student. I saw his essay. I've been working with him for 2 years. I know this, his words, because I've seen him from the beginning. So it's actually funny, the essays that I checked through ChatGPT, the ones that scored better were the ones that had more natural mistakes in them. And the ones who had written better essays got marked down a little bit because the AI thought they were AI. So if you want to avoid AI checker, make more mistakes, basically.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Any other questions from you? Okay, nice. The boy.
Thank you. Check. All right. My name is Muhammad Al-Khilal Habibi from 3rd semester. I want to ask regarding the prompting. Do you teach your students regarding prompting for use of AI? And if you do, can you give me an example of that? Thank you.
I don't teach specific things about prompting, but I do tell them you just need to be more specific. You can't assume that the AI understands everything that you want to tell it. So your prompt has to be detailed, and everything that's in your mind that you want, you need to put down in there. But also the students are teaching me about different ways to write prompts and to get the things that they need. My students are computer scientists. I'm not. I'm an English teacher. So we have different minds, ways of thinking, and when we come together, we can come up with quite interesting things.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your question.
Thank you. Any other questions? It's about AI. Maybe you can tell us about your experience using AI. Yes, nice. The boy out there.
All right. Thank you very much for this valuable opportunity, and thank you for your deeply inspiring material. I truly feel blessed to have the chance to internalize such meaningful insight. My name is Muhammad Asgaba Suhair, an internship student and international office UN Cyber CIREBON. I'm the author of 20 Indonesian novels and filmmakers of 41 episodes of an Islamic serial cinematic series. I have a question that is deeply connected to my personal journey in navigating the relationship between my creative work and the growing influence of artificial intelligence. Before the emergence of artificial intelligence, I wrote literary works such as saga totaling more than 220 million words, entered by typing them with my own. Writing was not merely a craft for me, it was an act of devotion, a spiritual discipline, and an intellectual marriage. However, when artificial intelligence technologies such as ChatGPT, Gemini, and BookLM become widely accessible, they significantly changed the way I work. I began using them for writing assistance, research, and supporting the essential elements of my creative projects, including cinematic production, visual concept, and music creation. This shift has placed me in a profound dilemma. On the other hand, artificial intelligence offers extraordinary convenience, speed, and creative expansion. And on the other hand, again, I feel it sometimes distances me from the satisfaction, authenticity, and emotional depth I once experienced when crafting everything by myself. I often find myself torn between efficiency and sincerity. It's between technological assistance and the essence of my own creative soul. And my question is, how can I continue using artificial intelligence as a supportive tool for writing, filmmaking, production without losing the originality, emotional depth, and spiritual sincerity that define my creative identity as an honorable writer and creator, while also ensuring that I am not overshadowed or collectively oppressed by the growing dominance of artificial intelligence in digital collaborative work. Thank you very much.
So, could you say your question one more time? Just the question part. The explanation was quite long, but just the question part, please. One more time.
Okay, the essential question is, how can I continue using artificial intelligence as a supportive tool for writing, filmmaking, production without losing the originality, emotional depth, and spiritual sincerity that define my creative identity as an honorable writer and creator, while also ensuring that I'm not oversold or creatively oppressed by the growing dominance of artificial intelligence in digital collaborative work?
Yeah, good question, difficult question. The answer is, I don't really know. You're going to have to just experiment and see what works for you. Again, this has come up many times, that we don't know what's happening with it, with AI yet. So we don't know which direction. And I saw you last night at the dinner. You were writing a lot in the back of the room, right? Yeah. So you were busy writing. So I can see that you're very engaged with your work. And I mean, there's definitely benefits for AI for yourself. But I just don't know which direction it will go for you yet. It's practice and experience. So sorry, I don't have the perfect answer for you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very nice questions. Or maybe any other questions? Okay, the lady.
Hello, good morning. My name is Shamala. I'm from third semester in UINSC NURJATI CIREBON. So, as we know that AI is designed to empower us, especially teacher, and not replacing them, but we know in a lot of country there is still a remote place in there, so technology is not really touch them. So my question is, in your opinion, how can these empowerment strategies be effectively applied to all of the teacher, especially when they are aged in 40 or 50 plus, when they are not really interested in technology, especially AI? So they still can reach the technology method and not really use their traditional method. And as we know too, now student is more faster to know technology more than the teacher, right? So I want to ask you again, how to overcome about the digital divide when their students are faster to adapt and more proficient in using AI in the learning progress? Thank you. I'm sorry if my voice...
I do like how you mentioned 40-year-olds are difficult with technology. I'm 46. So... yeah, I mean, it's the old argument with digital natives versus digital immigrants. And the students out there, you are the digital natives because you've grown up with the technology. It's part of your life. I'm a digital immigrant. My first cell phone I got when I was 20, okay? we had, you probably don't even understand this, dial-up internet. All right, we had to unplug the telephone and plug in the telephone when we wanted the internet until I was 22. The same thing with AI, but AI has come out at the same time, and I guess the younger people have adapted to it quicker than some of the older generations. And for the teachers, it's about training, and something like this conference is great. We can share our ideas, but there needs to be more localized, just within the faculty of this university, for example, just sitting around sharing ideas, sharing resources like that. And with the students, the digital divide, I mean, it looks like you have access to very good technology here in Indonesia. Well, definitely in this university, but other universities, other places might not have the same access. And that's really up to your government and governments in general to invest in their country, to try and get them the internet, to try and get them access to AI so that they don't get left behind. Because if we don't train now on AI, we will be left behind. And that was mentioned by one of the speakers yesterday, is we need to be training on it now, because in 5 years' time, what's going to be around, we don't know. So it's about training, it's about investment, for both teachers and for students would be my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. I think this is the end of the sessions, and thank you everybody here. Give applause for Jeremy. So we will close the discussions. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Prof. Jeremy, for your inspiring presentation.
Let's give applause, everyone, together. And to express our gratitude, we would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Professor Jeremy White, PhD. We kindly invite Mr. Lala to present the award. So, the honorable distinguished guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and all participants, before stepping to our fourth parallel session, we will now have a short break time. And we please you to take this opportunity to relax and network with other participants.
We will begin our fourth parallel session directly after the break, which will be conducted in 4 separate rooms. Each room will be led by its respective moderator.
And the liaison officer are already standby to guide you to each room. And after the parallel session, you can directly enjoy the lunch that has been provided by the committee.
And for your information, the lunch will be provided in the international office of the 5th floor. And we inform you that the next session will be continued here at 12:20. So please be back on time.
So thank you and enjoy the sessions.
So
Just like a waiting room kind of a thing. I guess that's where they take us from. Like that's where they from there on.
so, when should I start my presentation?
Morning, everyone. Who is the moderator in this room?
Good morning.
Good
Good morning.
morning.
When can I start my presentation?
Who is the moderator in this room?
From the conference program, you say that ECHA.
From the conference. Eka?
Right. This from my room, room A.
There is no. There is.
Room A
Ah.
is ECHA, yeah. ECHA.
Eka, I see.
So excuse me, how about room D? So my presentation is in room D, but why they let me enter room A? I don't understand why. Can you help me?
Everyone, could you hear my voice?
Yeah, we could hear you.
I koneksi
So
kita
in
kurang
the
bagus.
schedule, I will schedule in room D. It's mean room 4, but why they let me enter room A but not room 4?
Yeah, same case like me.
Yeah.
We were in room 4, but then they let us enter this room. I don't know, maybe they combine participants. I have no idea. That's why. Is there any committee here in this room? No?
No. So we are on
Our own
presenter.
Presenter.
Autopilot.
We talk to each other.
Autopilot. We'll just. I think anyone can start.
This is literally what happened yesterday as well. I attended yesterday's session and literally the first 3 presenters moderated each other.
Yeah. So yesterday it's my turn, and they said that they had no time because they have to return to the keynote speaker 3, and they asked me to present today.
Oh.
I don't know
my
why.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I think we'll just anyone.
So just on the presenter here, we have no moderator. Wow.
But we have to be assigned into another break room.
But they have to let us enter. We cannot enter by ourselves because they have just one link. They just have one link. All right?
But they create.
Yeah, that's right. It's
they
only
create
one link. Yeah, that's true.
Many different break room.
Yeah.
So if you're the host, I think that you can send us to different rooms according to the conference program.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So
We can
the
wait.
way they organize is very confusing.
We have to wait.
Yeah, we have to wait. So yesterday I waited during the afternoon, and they said, no, you have to present today. Wow, terrible.
Check.
Okay, our presenters today, can we start now? Okay, good morning everyone. Thank you for joining us for the exploration of AI tool session. The Honorable, our keynote speaker, our presenters and the audience. My name is SYEKH Fitrianingsi and I will be your moderator today. And now I'm so nervous because this is my first experience as a moderator for amazing presenters. We have 4 excellent presentations from researchers in Vietnam, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Japan. Each speaker will have 15 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for question. Please keep your microphone mute unless you are speaking. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Okay, let's begin with our first presentation. Our first speaker is Hip Tat Nguyen from the University of Labor and Social Affairs in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. He will be joined online by Associate Professor Dr. Pham Phu Pi Ho from the Industrial University of Ho Chi Minh City. Their presentation is titled AI in Writing Processes, a Scoping Review of Application Impacts and Ethical Consideration. Please welcome Hip and Pham.
Good morning, everyone from Vietnam. Today, I like to. My name is Hip, a PhD candidate, and this research work conduct together with my supervisor, Associate Professor Pham Phu Phi Ho. Today, I am presenting our study titled AI in Writing Processes, a scoping review of application, impacts, and ethical considerations. This presentation synthesizes findings from a comprehensive scoping review of published empirical research on how artificial intelligence, particularly tools like ChatGPT, supports, transform, and challenges writing practice in education context. Before moving into the main content, here is an overview of today's presentations. Our talk is organized into 6 key parts. The first one is introduction, where I briefly explain the research rationale and why AI in writing has become an urgent topic in both education and research. The second one is the literature review, which summarizes existing theoretical foundation and the current research landscape regarding AI-assisted writing. And the next one, the methodology, where I outline the scoping review framework, database selection, inclusion criteria, and analysis procedure. Fourth, the result, which present the major questions that emerged from our review, including application of AI tool, impacts on writing outcome, and emerging concern. The next one is the discussion, where we interpret this finding through theoretical lens and highlight pedagogical and ethical implication. And the last one is conclusion, which summarize the key contribution and suggest direction for the future.
Beginning of our
wait me a minute. Something wrong here. Wait me a minute for, sorry. Can you see it again?
Yes, sir. We can see your PowerPoint.
Okay. Um, uh, uh, artificial intelligence in rapidly transforming the way writing is taught and learned. In the past, digital tools mainly focus on correcting grammar surface level areas, but with arrivals of large language model like ChatGPT, Bing AI, Cloud, something like that, a student now receive support throughout the entire writing process, uh, from generating idea, drafting, revising, and receiving feedback. This chapter introduces why AI in writing has become an important area of study and why a scoping review is needed to map the growing but fragmented research landscape. The content here set the foundation for understanding of pedagogical opportunity and ethical challenges that accompany AI-assisted writing. Early AI writing tools such as Grammarly were mainly reactive. They correct grammar and improve clarity, but did not support deeper thinking or composing. Today, tools are fundamentally different. A large language model can brainstorm ideas, suggest structure, rewrite paragraphs, and provide detailed feedback. They act almost like a personal writing assistant. This shift aligns with the social cultural learning theory, in particular, Vygotsky's concept of mediated learning suggests that the tool can extend a learner's cognitive ability. AI now function as exactly that kind of cognitive scaffold, helping students move beyond what they could achieve alone. AI also provide meaningful support at both linguistic and cognitive level. It helps students generate ideas, organize their writing, and improve coherence and audience awareness. For language learner, AI offer instant vocabulary suggestion and models of fluent writing. It is also particularly helpful for students who experience anxiety or lack confidence in writing. Another important benefit is metacognitive development. Because AI offer mediate feedback, students are encouraged to monitor, evaluate, and revise their writing more independently. This leads to stronger self-regulation, which is an essential part of developing writing competence. Also, it has some limitations. AI assisted writing is gain attention. The research remain highly fragmented. Different studies focus on different tools, context, and outcome, which make it difficult to see clear patient. Many studies are short-term, exploratory, and lack a strong theoretical foundation. There is also limited evidence about the long-term effectiveness of AI, whether improvement in writing persists when the tool is removed. Because of these inconsistencies and gap, a scoping review is necessary to map existing knowledge and identify what areas still require deeper investigation. AI introduce several ethical challenges that educator and researcher must consider. One major issue is authorship. When AI generates or rewrite text, it's become difficult to determine how much of the work truly belongs to the student. This can easily lead to plagiarism or academic misconduct. Sometimes unintentionally, AI system may also generate biased, inaccurate, or fabricated content which create additional risk for learner. This concern highlight the need for strong AI literacy. Student must be taught how to use AI responsibly, ethically, and transparently within academic writing. The aim of this scoping review is to map and synthesize empirical study on the use of AI in writing. Uh, the review examines which tools are used, which stages of writing process they support, and what learning outcome have been reported, and what challenges or ethical issues have emerged. To guide this investigation, the study poses five research questions. The first one is what AI technology are integrated into writing tasks, and what are their functions. The second one, in what educational or professional context are these tools used? And third, which stages of writing such as planning, drafting, revising, or feedback receive the most support? And the fourth question exam pedagogical and motivational outcome, while the fifth address ethical concern and practical challenges. Together, this question established the framework for the scoping review presented in this next chapter. In this chapter, we look at how artificial intelligence has transformed writing process over the past decade. The assessing research come from applied linguistics, educational technology, and computer science, but the findings are disparate and sometimes disconnected. The purpose of this literature review is to synthesize that scholarship and build a strong foundation for the present study. I will briefly introduce the different approach to reviews literature and explain why a scoping review is the most suitable, and present the key theoretical frameworks that inform AI-assisted writing, trace the historical evolution of AI writing tool. The summary of this tool support various stages of the writing process. There are many ways to conduct a literature review. For example, narrative reviews, it provide thematic insight, but can be biased because they relies heavily on the reviewer perspective. Besides that, systematic review and meta-analysis are much more structured, but they work best when the research field is well established and when the studies use similar method and outcome measure. AI-assisted writing is still emerging. It includes case studies, survey, qualitative design, and quasi-experimental quasi-experiment, and the tool themselves vary widely from grammar checker to large language model. Because of this diversity, a scoping review, I think, is the most appropriate. It allows us to map the breadth of evidence, identify patients, and expose the gap without restricting the review to only one type of study or methodology. The literature is grounded into major theory perspective. The first, Vygotsky social cultural theory see tool as mediator of learning. AI acts as a scaffold that support learner within their zone of proximal development by modeling structure, offering lexical alternatives, and guiding discourse. The second one is Zimmerman self-regulated learning framework. Explain how AI promotes goal setting, monitoring, and reflections. uh, Current research shows that AI support all stages of writing process. For pre-writing, tools like ChatGPT help students brainstorm, outline, and explore argument structure. During drafting, AI improve fluency, coherence, and lexical richness. Studies show that AI-assisted drafting lead to clear and more cohesive text. For revising, both grammar checker and large language model provide corrective, stylistic, and organizational feedback. A student who critically evaluate this feedback develop stronger metacognitive skill. Finally, AI encourage reflection by prompting students to compare rough, identify recurring errors, and refine strategy, which strengthen self-regulated learning. Uh, Overall, AI enhance writing at both surface and deeper cognitive uh, levels, but guided and critical integration is essential. Uh, this insight reinforces the need for scoping review that systematically map existing research and identify gap for the future increase. Uh, this study followed the scoping review ensure transparency and rigor in the review process. The review is theoretically grounded in Vygotsky social cultural theory and Zimmerman models self-regulated learning. From a social cultural perspective, AI tools such as ChatGPT operate as mediational artifacts that scaffold learner in their zone of proximal development. This
Mr.
study
Caesar?
followed
I'm so
the
sorry. Your time for presentation is 5 minutes left. Thank you.
oh, okay. This study followed the scoping review methodology developed by ASCII. Yeah. The first one is why scoping review and then focus areas. Now I want to move to the yeah this to capture the full scope of AI supported writing research. We search for major database from Scopus, Web of Science, ERICS, and Google Scholar. Approach Boolean queries was used to include study related to artificial intelligence, writing processes, academic writing, and writing performance. Filters were applied to research results to English language peer-reviewed study published between 2013 to 2024. Following the Prisma flow, 150 records were identified, and then 26 duplicates removed, and 124 articles screened by title and abstract. after that, 90 full stake were reviewed, and finally, only 58 study met own criteria. For each include study, we extract data such as the research design, educational context, participant, AI tool use, writing stage supported a key finding. And the findings to answer the research question one, which AI technology have been integrated into writing process, and what are their primary function across writing tasks. The research question number one examine the types of AI technology used. The review found 12 tools, with ChatGPT being the most dominant, appearing in over 60% of study and supporting all major writing stages. The native Grammarly and Quillbot were frequently used as complementary tool for grammar correction and paraphrasing. For the research question number two, in what educational professional context have AI supported writing application been studied, and how do this context influence implementations? And most studies were conducted in higher education, where AI tools supported argumentative writing, research paper, and reflexive writing. High school context focus only grammar and cohesion and foundational writing skill. Which state of the research question number three, which state of the writing process? Drafting was the most common stage, where tools like ChatGPT improve lexical richness, coherence, and idea expansions. After that, pre-writing support includes brainstorming, outlining, and generating arguments. During revising, AI tool help with grammar corrections, restructuring, and stylistic refinements. Research question number four, writing proficiency improvements, grammar, vocabularies, coherence were the most reported outcome. AI also enhanced student ability to incorporate feedback effectively and supported drafting and revision process. The last one, what ethical concern and practical challenges have emerged regarding the use of AI in writing? Over-reliance was the most reported issues, with students sometimes accepting AI output uncritically. Plagiarism and authorship ambiguity were also prominent, and as some students submitted AI-generated text without proper attribution, AI hallucinations, fails, or fabricated information were a major concern in the academic context. The first major
own willingness to communicate, and there were very positive perceptions from all of the 53 participants of both the groups. Only 4 items, 22 in 2 of the questionnaires, there was a statistically significant difference between the 2 groups. We can conclude, we can deduce from that one is that the higher proficiency, the human partner learners exhibited a greater willingness to communicate despite knowing that their human partners lower proficiency. It means that even though that they know that their partner may not be as good as them in terms of speaking skills, they still decided to carry out the speaking practice with their partner, and they were still very motivated. And then compare with the AI's group of willingness to communicate despite the AI chatbot's low emotional connection. So we have some of the quotes from some of the students of both of the groups. So for the AI group, they believe that the practice with ChatGPT really helps them to improve their confidence. While for the human partner group, they also share that they gained more confidence and they became more willing to communicate in English, even when they had their human partner not with the ChatGPT one. Now, for their perceived oral skills development. Firstly, regarding the lexical range, it was found that there was a reported rise in vocabulary used due to the fact that they did research for topical vocabulary before they carry out the task, and they learned a lot from their partners. About their coherence, they felt that they were
and substantial impact on writing development. So need for critical, ethical, and
its user-friendly interface and instant feedback. Through minor audio text synchronization issues need addressing. We also have some recommendation. First, for the practitioners, teachers, and IELTS instructors, we recommend 3 action to integrate AI tools in the teaching, monitor usage, and provide support, and also gather regular student feedback to continuously improve how to implement these tools. And also for the researcher, maybe they could conduct longitudinal studies and also compare ZILTs with other platforms to identify what makes certain feature more effective, and also could explore hybrid learning models that optimally combine AI tool with traditional instruction. And with that, I would like to conclude our presentation. Thank you once again, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
And practical presentation. We will now open the floor for questions. Please raise your hand or type your question in the chat.
G. Okay, is my voice clear? Okay, my question is, in your view, how might the increasing use of application like ZIELTS affect the role of teachers in IELTS preparation classes in the long term? Is that clear, or should I repeat?
Yes, please kindly repeat the questions, moderator.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question is, in your view, how might the increasing use of applications like ZIELTS affect the role of teachers in IELTS preparation classes in the long term?
Okay. I think, yeah, as we suggest, in our opinion, in our perspective, so the presence of
Like we were just introduced, I'm Kumudri, and of course I'm joined by my third co-author, Mr. Professor Wilson. The second co-author is currently physically attending your meeting, but he is not in the room with us today. With that, I will be starting my presentation on an extensible framework for the pronunciation support of orthographically complex languages. All right, let's get to it. I hope my, oh, sorry, I hope my screen is visible. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, I just realized I'm sharing the presenter view. I'm so sorry. Let me just get that revamped real quick. Just a moment. Sorry about that. Okay. Is it all right now? I hope it's all right. Okay. So starting off again, yes. So before commencing my talk on today's topic, I'd like you to take a look at these scripts that you see on your screen right now. You have been provided 3 types of scripts. That is the alphabet script, which you see on the very top level, in this case, which is the English alphabet.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, have you seen my screen share already?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So we can start right now. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to make a short presentation related to AI. So I am Đặng Thị Mỹ Dung from Foreign Trade University, Ho Chi Minh City campus of Vietnam. So the topic we are going to focus on, that is evaluating the effectiveness of AI integration in business English teaching, evidence from Foreign Trade University, Ho Chi Minh City campus. So let's have a look at the research context and significance of our study. As you know, traditional business English teaching often emphasize roles memorization and grammar training, fail to prepare students for real-world business communication in global trade scenario. And Vietnamese learners struggle with pronunciation, cultural nuance in business discourse, and practical application in international context. And we have the opportunity that is AI technologies offer interactive, context-rich learning environment tailored to Vietnamese learners' need in international trade and business. And the studies investigate the factor influencing students' AI adoption and validates an AI integrated teaching model at FTU Ho Chi Minh City campus. In order to find out the research finding, so we focus on 3 questions here. The first one, AI's application extent. So to what extent is AI technology applied in business English classes at FTU Ho Chi Minh City? The second question, we focus on the student attitudes. So what are the business English student attitudes toward AI integrated teaching? And the third question focuses on influences of factors and model effectiveness. So what factor influence student behavior's intention to use AI? And how does an AI integrated model enhance proficiency? So in order to recognize or answer this question, so we can focus on a theoretical framework based on UT-AUT model. So the study employed the unified theories of acceptance and the use of technology extended with additional factors relevant to business English learning context. So there's some field that we also focus on, like performance expectation, the attitudes, perceived fun, effort expectation, the social influence, like a peer and faculty encouragement, facilitating condition. The research methodology we apply in our study, that is a mixed methods design, quantitative dominance approach combining structural equation modeling and experimental validation. The participants took part in our study. There's 200 business English students at FTU Ho Chi Minh City, but only 186 valid survey respond, 73 in experimental study. So the data collection through online questionnaire, 5-point Likert scale, and pre-both proficiency tests across 5 dimensions. The tool we use for analysis studies SPSS for descriptive statistics and t-test, Amos and Sam Bath analysis. participant demographic here. So the total sample that is 200. Valid responses, 186. So it's account for 90% response rate. Among the respondents here, 60% are female students. The average age, the first and the second year student. So proficiency rank of the respondent, that is IELTS, ranging from 5.5 to 7 equivalent, and formal integration here, limited in coursework before study. So the scale, reliability, and validity. So the questionnaire demonstrated strong psychometric property, confirming its suitability and measuring adoption. AI's adoption is a factor. So we also try to check this one through the Cron-Bassan-Farr and response rate, that is 186 valid from 200 distributed. From the research, from our studies, we also recognize some key research findings as follows. Direct effects on behavioral intention. Structural equation modeling reveals 4 significant direct predictors of student intention to use AI for business English learning. Focus on performance expectation, effort expectation, facilitating condition, and attitudes. Otherwise, you also focus on effects of students' attitude, like a performance expectation, facilitating condition, social influence, pursuit fun, and export expectation. So we also recognize maybe performance expectation also get a higher score for this one. The AI integrated teaching, a comprehensive business English teaching model was developed, integrating AI technology across all learning phases to address traditional methods limitation. We have a pre-class, in-class, post-class, and outside class here. So with pre-class, we have some like AI's power vocabulary builder, personalized contents, recommendation, automatic pronunciation and practice. In class, the student have some real-time business simulation. This one is very important for business student. AI chatbot for dialogue practice, interactive scenario-based learning, and the most class intelligence feedback system. They can get like an instant feedback, adaptive assessment tool, personalized revision smart, and outside class tutoring asset, gamify practice app, and it also gets like a peer collection, collaboration platform. Experimental design, pre-experimental baseline. For business English here, we have a 2 group, control group and experimental. Intervention here, the control group, traditional teaching method. Experimental group, we use like an AI integrated model. So the most experimental conserve here, we also recognize we focus on recognize the language perception, compare between the control group and experimental group. So we recognize that maybe it's with the experimental. So maybe the performance also can be encouraged, can be enhanced. Overall, the business English proficiency gains, we also recognize significant improvement conform. Pre-boss improvement, 4.39%. AI versus traditional, we can get about 5.47%. So the experimental group uses the AI integrated teaching model, demonstrated statistically significant improvement in overall business English proficiency. Students achieve a mean score 71 compared to 67 in the control group. So this also confirms AI's technology enhanced effect on language teaching outcome. Let's have a look at the measure specific insight in the context here. We also should look at like maybe it's the dimension comprehension, evaluation, application, perception, and acquisition. So from the results here, we also should recognize like a perception. Minimal scan reflect AI's cultural blindness in business context, a key areas for future development, whereas Asian specific corporate training. From the research finding, we also try to make some implication for Vietnamese context. The refinement, performance expectancies emerge as the strongest predictor, aligning with Vietnamese student career-driven motivation in international trade context. The second was effort expectancies are trailing. High quality love in prompt engineering challenge global scenarios of AI, intuitive, requires localized training. Institutional individualism. So the social influence is non-significant, reviews Vietnamese youth, prioritize lecturer endorsement over peer influence. About the attitude as a mediator. So the attitudes also mediates perceived fun and social influence, highlighting the importance of a positive faculty's modeling and engages AI feature. Regional comparative advantage. So FTU Ho Chi Minh City's domain-specific AI integration demonstrates superior outcome compared to regional peer uses generic tool. So compared with the Shanghai University in 2024, so we see the integration here. Yeah, generic chatbot. So proficiency gain 4.39%. But here from FTU, so we also recognize proficiency gain 47%. Compared to Hanoi University, the studies carried out in 2024, so proficiency gain plus 2.1%. So FTU Ho Chi Minh City approach yield 24% higher gain than generic tool, positioning it as a regional leader in AI's enhanced business elite education. So the equities, ethics, and implementation consideration. However, there's some equities and challenges like a no significant gap in AS gain, rural origin student, lower gain due to internet access. So the policy recommendation is for offline first ACE model for 2026 AI lab. But the second one, some consideration related to ethics, like AI hallucination risk requires a human in the loop verification for high stake output, the data's privacy, cultural sensitivity. There's some limitation in our study, and we also make some recommendation for future research direction. The sample limitation here, single institution focused in our university, FTU Ho Chi Minh City only, and relatively small experimental sample limit generalizability across Vietnamese higher education. The second one, that is a self-report data, reliant on questionnaire responses introduce potential social desirability, bias in attitude and intention measurement, duration constraint. One semester intervention may not capture the long-term retention effect or sustained behavioral changes in AI use pattern. Therefore, we have made some recommendation for future research direction, like a longitudinal design across multiple Vietnamese universities, broader AI tool integration, qualitative exploration of cultural adaptation, need and investigation of perception dimension improvement. So we have some practical recommendation for the institution. The first one, the faculty's development, train lecturer as an AI as a champion, yet to leverage institutional individualism. The infrastructure investment should be focused, yet establish AI's lab with offline first model to address rural student internet disparity and ensure equitable access. Curriculum integration. We also try to embed AI's tool across pre-class, in-class, and outside class activity. The cultural customization here, develop Asian business corpus fine-tuning to improve perception dimension gains and address cultural nuance gap, as well as we also try to make some consideration related to ethical protocols here, implement the human in the loop verification for higher stake output, and establish data privacy protection for student learning analytics. In conclusion, we can say that the study confirmed AI technology significant enhances effect on business elite teaching at Foreign Trade University Ho Chi Minh City campus, performance expectation, effort expectation, facilitating condition, and attitudes directly influence student intention to use AI. The AI integrated model use 4.39% pre-post improvement, and 5.47 advantage over traditional method. So we also recognize like a validated framework. Yeah, the UT-AUT model refines for Vietnamese business English context, proven efficacy, and the future direction. So the future of English education embraces AI's potential, while addresses a cultural adaptation need, equities, challenges, and ethical consideration. So FTU Ho Chi Minh City is positioned as a regional leader in this transformation. So that's all for our presentation. So thank you very much for all of your listening, and we are waiting for your feedback and question. Thank you. Thank you very much, for your listening. Sorry, we can't hear your voice. You are mute.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, now I have just heard your voice.
My name is Helen, and I'm in third semester. I wanna ask you, business English relies heavily on tacit knowledge, such as diplomacy, persuasion, and reading between the lines. In your opinion, to what extent can AI teach this aspect, and how can they be evaluated? Thank you.
Thank
Is it
you for
clear?
your question. Could you please clarify the first section of your question? Yeah, could you please clarify the first question? Thank you. Sorry, can you clarify the first question? Yeah, the first section of your
I'm sorry.
question. Yes.
Business English relies heavily on tacit knowledge, such as diplomacy, persuasion, and reading between the lines. In your opinion, to what extent can AI teach this aspect, and how can they be evaluated?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Yeah, so the question is interesting here. We talk about diplomacy as well as persuasive, persuasiveness, for the student. So I think that maybe this one is a very important.
For the challenge, they also set a limited support for complex academic writing tasks and occasionally inaccurate information. Remember, use ChatGPT or any AI tool for yourself to learn. Beautiful. No one stop you and they encourage you. But use AI for other people, especially in writing. Writing skill, writing product is for other people, not for you. So in that situation, you need to be accurate in the information. Otherwise, in the future, what happens? Everything is AI made, AI made, AI made everywhere, even the research paper. That is not the way we do. And also for ethical consideration, I think that you need to be aware of plagiarism risk and double check always. Right? Double check always. Many people use AI to generate citation and generate very good references. But when we check fake reference or hallucination, right? That's very terrible. So, okay, so I need 2 minutes. That's happened to my classroom. In the classroom, I give the student to do the project. One group do best, I score the highest. I score already. And then when they send to the journal, when I check, just the final before I publish the paper, I check the reference. Out of 30 references, more than 10 references are fake. So terrible that I have to recheck, but the score is highest because using AI. You see, that's very dangerous, right? The teacher sometimes do not have time to check every citation, every references, but you are the person. You need to be responsible for your product because writing that you give other people, so you need to be responsible. That is the thing. So I think those things that come to my conclusion that we need to be responsible and we need to know when to use, what situation to use. Now you are the student. You use AI to earn the knowledge. More important than to produce something, because produce the knowledge later in your life, you have a lot of chances. When you graduate, you create a lot of things using AI, but the background knowledge is the first thing that you need to know, right? And you also need to know that, especially like we are the educator, researcher, supervisor. So if you are not responsible for your writing, when you publish research paper under our supervision, and then one day people found that fake references. So who they claim for? They claim for the teacher. They claim for the teacher, the supervisor. And do you think that is good to pay for your supervisor? I know that the question is no, right? Okay, so I think that's enough for my talk today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ho. It's very interesting. So right now we are going to questions and answer sessions. Anybody want to have a questions? Nice lady at my left side.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rana Ziana Soba, and I'm third semester at UIN SYEKH NURJATI CIREBON. I want to ask, if students trust AI more than their own writing abilities, do academic degrees still reflect competence or just the ability to use technology? Thank you.
Okay, can you repeat that question?
If students trust AI more than their own writing abilities, do academic degrees still reflect competence or just the ability to use technology?
I think this question for the student to answer rather than for the teacher. The student trust in the AI, that is good, and using AI to improve is good. And how about the degree? Think about your degree too. For example, some master student use AI for their thesis. I just asked him, should we provide the master degree for you or for AI? Yeah, that's because all things from the AI. So we use the we awarded the master degree for AI, not for the student. So learning to improving using AI skill, beautiful. But we need to use it like responsibly, right? We are responsible for that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I think one
The
question over
second
here.
questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, my name is Bay Farhana Lamaginitungay from TBI 3A. So you mentioned the need for proper citations with many of us using AI like ChatGPT or any AI platform in academic and non-academic work. And we face a dilemma. And how do we cite AI outputs to avoid plagiarism, as you said? And when AI has no author or stable source, or should we start updating citations policies to address the risk and challenge created by AI-generated content? Should we just cite it with like, according to ChatGPT 2025, it should be like that or what? Do you have some recommendations? Thank you.
Yes, that's a good question. Some famous scholar also, and even though ChatGPT also give you how to cite it, ChatGPT version today, version 501.
Is it reliable? Because it's not a real person or an author. Is it still accepted?
You cited, it is accepted that you cite from ChatGPT 5.1. But if you don't say ChatGPT 5.1, for example, you use ChatGPT 3.5. So the reliable depends on the version. For example, ChatGPT 3.5 might be more unreliable than 5.1 because today it's improving.
And for the references, do we need to put the link of the conversations of the AI and the human?
You don't need
to. How can we reference it?
You don't need to because sometimes you use ChatGPT, you need to make it in privacy. If you use public, people still see your conversation, so you don't need to give the link. However, what you need is the ChatGPT version, the date that you ask for, something like that. And if the link ChatGPT and people know ChatGPT already. I think you have two questions. One question of citation, the other question
is about plagiarism of it since it's not from the real author, even though you cite it from ChatGPT.
So I told you already. Number one, ChatGPT can create citation and references, and most of the references in the past 305 fake, hallucination. But today, more. For example, 20 citation, 10 easier to remember. 20 references, maybe 6 are correct. 4, maybe 1 or 2 wrong DOI, wrong author's name, 2 fake, for example. So what we need to do is similar to this study, that you double check the references, the citation, the references. Check the references is more important. That's what my students do, is that they take the citation, go to Google Scholar and check if that reference exists in Google Scholar.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. For the next questions, or enough?
Or enough.
Enough, okay. Thank you, Prof. Ho. It's very interesting materials from you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And this is the end of Professor Ho's sessions. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Ivo, for leading the discussion, and thank you very much, Associate Professor Pham Phu Viho, PhD, for your inspiring presentation. And now, to express our gratitude, we would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Professor Ho. We kindly invite Mr. Lala to present the award.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are honored to present our sixth keynote speaker. The keynote speaker will explore a transformative topic that reflects the evolving intersection between humans and machines in the realm of reading and writing.
Please welcome the Vice President of SIBER, Annie Lyon, PhD from Charles Darwin University, Australia, with the keynote title, Transforming How We Read and Write with Machines Through Humanistic Principles. And we kindly invite Ms. Ivo Dinasta Junior, SSM Appling, as the moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
I'm not Angel Lion. I can't produce Arabic welcome and hello and all of that. But I will betray to you one secret. He was born in Egypt. It's not like he learned it from a textbook. So I've got this. Here? I don't want to slide now. Okay, thanks. So we're almost towards the end, and we've heard a lot of presentations so far. And if I can think about the presentations we had last year and this year, and I think last year was the first year when we really went ballistic with AI. And most presenters were basically doing AI with trial and error. I think we had less speculative, well, I'm not saying speculative, very, very speculative projects this year, more last year. So where are we? A lot of presentations today were discussing the role of AI, was it positive, negative? We had some observations there. We were also thinking about prompts. I don't know where this idea of prompts comes from. Is it because it's in a general sort of discourse of discussions about AI? What is a prompt? Just if you say, well, the thing you write, then you don't have to be paid $100,000 or $200,000 per year to just say that. So we want to train students in prompt. What does that mean? How would you do that? Would you do that? Should you do that? So these are the questions that I will try to address today a little bit in one way or another. Something tells me that my presentation is more focused on research, but the framework of the presentation developed from pedagogy. So because it's a short presentation, I do not have the time to make all the links clearly visible, but hopefully I will try and they will be there. Oh. So something went funny. All right. So why digital humanities? Well, that topic was dumped on me once by people who thought I can do anything. So that was a few years ago, and I have actually grown to understand the object of research by digital humanities. So that's I might actually bring to focus today. So why digital humanities? and what it can contribute to our understanding of how to work in the pedagogical space. I will address today also the core problem that I see in our ways of working with AI. And my argument will be that we underuse AI because we underthink AI. I will use two case analysis here just to exemplify my thinking. The argument I will present draws from the nature of what large language management systems actually are about, and I think that we don't make it specific enough in our publications and in our speeches. And had we done it, maybe we would have been less disappointed and more on the way. I will do this analysis, obviously using a framework, which I will briefly introduce to you. I will summarize the key insights from the discussion today and implications for teachers and researchers. So, why digital humanities? Digital humanities is an interdisciplinary field that combines the study of humanities disciplines like history, literature, with the use of computational and digital technologies. You might check this on the internet. So digital humanities involve creating digital tools and resources. Now think about it, right? So now do the analogy thinking, right? Creating digital tools, oh, that's what we do. Resources, oh, that's what we do, right? So do that. Don't just follow what I say. Think how it relates to your context. They do it for humanities. We do it for education. And then applying these technologies to what? To analyze and interpret human culture. Do we do that? How many of us were talking about text analysis, supporting students' academic writing, supporting students' writing, supporting students' understanding of concepts and ways of structuring communication? So, we're not that far away from digital humanities, so why aren't we talking about them? I might just stop that slide, you know about it. So digital humanities is not about technology, it is about meaning in digital space. Same with us? Language is about meaning. How else, or why else would we use it? So there are particular questions that come with it. How is intention communicated? How do digital tools change interpretation, so how they affect and interact with interpretation? How do humans express emotions through digital forms? All the questions that were asked today. So why focusing on digital humanities? If we can borrow something from another discipline, what I am inviting us to do so, why I'm inviting you to do so, is so that we can start thinking conceptually about the AI and education bridge. So the digital humanities offers us the bridge, or at least the way of constructing a bridge between AI and education. Now, the argument is that if we talk about education, which we've done in this conference quite a lot, we get stuck in pedagogy. Now, sometimes that could be problematic, what I just said here, but the presentations today actually vindicated that we think of pedagogy as tricks, as strategies, as ideas. So what I'm trying to do today is to refocus us from that and start thinking about the concepts we need to actually explore, so that those interactions that we try to support our students with have a little bit more foundation. So if we actually engage the concepts from digital humanities, we need to address what's AI. Well, all, it's artificial intelligence. As I said, you don't need to earn $100,000 or $200,000 to say that, right? So what's AI? What's text? What's meaning? I haven't heard today in presentation any explanations. Everybody talks about communication. What's communication? How do you know that? Concept of theory, reader tool interaction, emotional experiences, cultural mediation, all these things. Why can't I just move things faster? I like mouse. I really like mouse. All right, so I'll try to actually throughout the presentation address all these concepts here that I just listed in the previous slide, and I don't have an easy way to go back. So digital humanities brings together the concepts of human meaning making and digital tools. AI can support us, not does support, but can, by processing large amounts of text. So these are the things that it actually does very well already. Identifying patterns that we might miss. Anyone who's done research already knows that using AI. Offering new ways to visualize and explore ideas. It can do all that, provided that we know what we're looking for and why. Right, so digital tools do not think for us. They follow the concepts, theories, and questions we give them. It's extremely important. Someone was saying, I think Dr. Ho was saying, we need to learn, we need to have some foundations, right? So digital, all right. So without clear conceptual thinking, AI will mirror your confusion. This is what happens to my students. My students hate me because they say, your AI is so good. It does everything. The responses are excellent. So I say to them, do not touch, do not type in my ChatGPT. You're going to confuse the guy. So that's why I talk about AI as my boyfriend, ChatGPT, because it's mine. Don't come near it. So AI applies shallow criteria and digital analysis. So without clear conceptual thinking, it will mirror our confusion, apply shallow criteria. So when you talk about how people, right, so think how it relates to your work with AI. And also digital analysis will become mechanical, not meaningful. Can you relate to these statements? So in Andrew Lyon's presentation, we were exposed to what he said, what ChatGPT can do or AI can do. Well, here, I asked ChatGPT and he told me how it does it. So it uses natural language instructions. This is why literacy today, all my literacy friends, so it matters, right? If you can't speak, if you don't understand what you're saying, if your clarity of communication is bad, ChatGPT will confuse you beyond belief. So it uses natural language instruction, semantic constraints, examples, it follows examples from which it can deduce your logic, implicit pattern inference, signal versus noise is interpreted, does probabilistic simulation of reasoning. It is not a mathematical optimization, this is linguistic conditioning, right? So you need to sort of understand how the machines think, this one. That ChatGPT wrote that, by the way, for referencing. So I wouldn't know that. Can someone make it more official? All right. So in summary, large language management systems do not think. They follow the structure we give them. Their behavior depends entirely on whether our instructions are naive or theoretically derived. I didn't see much of theory in our presentation so far. They work with natural language prompts. Naive prompts give you naive analysis. So if you complain, put that finger of blame first on yourself. Got to do some homework before you tell ChatGPT, it just doesn't work. Theorized prompts result in coherent analysis. Now, I've got, I don't know how many years, but many years of research and examples to support that. So it works with semantic constraints. they treat constraints as meaning only if we define what meaning is. I've never seen anyone doing that. We're running away from theory. We think we can just do this and do that and put that and something will happen, and then nothing happens. And then we write letters to, what's the guy's name who owns OpenAI? I keep forgetting his name. We tell him he's no good. So, yes, so let's go down here. So random examples, if you give examples, results in random reasoning. So what do we say? It's not consistent, it's not good. Theorized examples, consistent reasoning. I gave a keynote in Cambodia at Camp Tessel in February this year. And I was hoping all these teachers will come in to me and tell me how wonderful I was. Well, I don't think they did. I can't remember anyway. But because it was such a powerful signal that all the IT guys came to me. Because I developed a system for, you can do assessments using NAPLAN category. NAPLAN, a national test of literacy in Australia. I have actually theorized all the criteria, and basically ChatGPT can spit out analysis of students' exam papers like this, coherently, beautifully. And they came to me and they said, it's not possible. Well, it is, if you know exactly what AI is and how to control it. So, probabilistic simulation of reasoning, so it appears to reason, AI appears to reason, but only inside the conceptual frame we provide. Right? So this is not a mathematical optimization, this is linguistic conditioning. Anybody who wants to write a paper, just focus on these things. So for my case analysis, now by the way, I just need to tell you, I produced this PowerPoint 2 days ago because that subject was bothering me so much that I really wanted to focus on actually what's needed in order for us to actually learn to control AI and for it to work for us. So what I thought, I would take a few articles from the publication that the executive of ChatGPT has actually put out just recently, and I'll see how we actually work with AI, whether we actually make our processes explicit or whether it is trial and error, random, chaotic, and not necessarily motivated with some sort of conceptual sustainability. I will talk about 2 papers, so just to show you, I didn't pick them. I was just going first with my analysis with ChatGPT, article 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the fact that I picked the first 2, it's not that there was something to show, it's just that pretty much all shared the same challenges. Now, a student of mine did a very small study in Australia. So it's, we're waiting for the final approval for a Q1 journal. And what happened, I will be using the framework that we have put together to help him in that study. And I'll talk about it shortly. But first of all, I wanted to say that the framework basically is sourced in the concept of text that I presume that Andrew has read out to you in his initial keynote. Why? So basically, I've developed this concept of the reading for emotion model, and you can adapt it in many different ways to do many different things, but fundamentally, the concept is continuously the same, and I'll show you how some of it works. But just because I approach text theoretically, that's what allows me to actually obtain very consistent constraints that generate consistent results, right? So it's about the idea that comes from affective neuroscience, which actually said we are emotional beings. Anybody surprised? No. But what do we do when we teach language? We teach grammar and vocabulary, right? So how come that we cannot think, how we can integrate emotions as the fundamental component for text analysis. Not write adjectives to amplify how you feel. Fundamental analytical process. Right, so that's what I did. So that's the definition. So emotions I used as the fundamental process for analyzing text. And in this way, which I will exemplify shortly, what we have achieved is a structured method of text analysis. Not surprising. Neuroscience tells us that's what you are, that's what we are. So why would we not get a structured method of text analysis? It does so by grounding comparison in an epistemologically consistent model. We got a model for text analysis that is epistemologically consistent and coherent. The model is grounded in literary theory, affective neuroscience, and neuroaesthetics. So you I talk about triangulating not just data, but your theories as well, right? So from different sources. So this is the sort of framework that, so my student was working, comparing 3 different ways. He went to university, my university, and they told him to write the thesis, and they told him, you got all these resources. So we checked the resources that university provides, we checked what ChatPDF was offering, paid version, and then we checked how all of that was comparing to the support I was giving to my student. So he described this support here the way I gave it to him, which is the 3rd column. And I asked ChatGPT to take that column and just provide the steps. So the idea was to identify the context of the problem, then define the new perspective in that article that my student was analyzing. Do you see how I was tightening it? That drove my student nuts. Because he was a student, he didn't have enough background, and he didn't know how to identify what makes the perspective new. It's interesting that the papers he was reading, they weren't saying it is new, it is original, it is different, right? You want to say that in your paper. Right, so he found difficulties with that when he was analyzing by hand. So what fresh conceptual lens or framework does this study introduce? How does it redefine key concepts? Then the next step is assess the added insight. How does this new perspective deepen understanding or open new lines of inquiry? What's the purchase value? Identify methods, what methods were chosen, and how do they align with the stated perspective? Can you see how we are keeping the coherence all the time, relating continuously back to that new perspective? So define new perspective, assess, identify method that relates to its concepts, evaluate the findings. So how do the results reflect the study's relevance, coherence, and impact under the new lens, new perspective? And the last step, in what ways does the new perspective transform or reinterpret the original problem? So where to from here? I did that bracket so that you can see that all the elements are coherently, continuously relating to that new perspective, which is the thing that a research paper is to actually begin with. Why are you doing this? What have you got to offer? What are you offering methodologically? What's new that you bring in? So you can see my student was working with epistemologically coherent framework. I'll show you the process. But as a teacher, you now do the analogy. Do I offer something like that? What would I do with it, right? So I'm not telling you that that this is just for everything. But do you have anything of that kind? That it's not only just steps, but relates coherently to the level up, up, up. So everything sticks together. Where did that all come from? Well, there's a tradition in semiotics which simply says to you, when you open your mouth, you do it for a reason. How revealing, right? So I got it from Professor Anne Friedman. She was a very close friend of Professor Andrew Lyon. And she gave me a private tutoring one day, which was amazing, because I wasn't a French student. And then she went to University of Melbourne. But her framework sits on Bakhtin, who was contemporary of Vygotsky. Who has heard of Vygotsky? Everybody. Who has heard of Mikhail Bakhtin? Nobody. They wrote at the same time. Bakhtin was sophisticated, delicate, nuanced, as ChatGPT would say. Too difficult. For what? Well, Bakhtin is difficult because Bakhtin introduces individual, whereas Vygotsky wipes out the individual, says you become like the expert. You become him or her. Well, Bakhtin says, why would I want to do that? But as teachers, we want our students to be like us, or at least what we think we are. So now we have this framework, we have some sort of relation or organization there. I didn't talk much about it because it would take 3 days, the whole presentation. It would be. So let's look at the article number 1 in the journal. I'm starting with it because it was number 1, although number 2 would have been easier to begin with today. So this particular article or chapter argues that AI tools can support students' moral and emotional education in EFL contexts. What it says that through natural language processing, so basically what the chapter is arguing, that we as teachers can support students, and these arguments were made by Hassan and some other people as well, but maybe we could use AI and its way to actually adapt to the personality of a student so that the student feels safer, more secure, and offer more what is considered by these authors more personalized, more motivational environment. So I said to my boyfriend ChatGPT, I said, here's that framework, let's call it the mentor's analysis process. And could you actually evaluate this paper in relation to these criteria, or these steps? I don't have the time, but I also asked first ChatGPT to summarize the article. We all do that, right? So it produced blah, 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 blah. Now, when you read blah, 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 you think you understood the paper. No, you understood, you got what you asked for. And there's a reason for it, because if ChatGPT gave you more than you asked for, you wouldn't understand. Right? If someone gave you more, at this very moment, if I started speaking Martian or Chinese, you'd go home. So ChatGPT did that. So let's look at the define the new perspective. So basically, the chapter introduces a moral emotional lens on AI use in language teaching. It's new because it's not new, it says later on. Angle is the framing of AI not merely as a cognitive or linguistic tool, but as a technology that can detect emotions, scaffold moral reflection, personalize emotionally attuned feedback, simulate empathy through affective computing. So basically, it treats moral emotions as pedagogic targets, positions AI as mediator that can identify and influence emotional states of the student. Then the next step, assess the added insight. So the chapter opens new lines of inquiry, ChatGPT writes, by suggesting affective sensitive AI could support all of that. Tracking emotional states might enable all these beautiful things. AI can enhance moral reasoning through reflective dialogue or intercultural simulations. However, ChatGPT says, the insights are broad and descriptive. So what does it signal to you? If you still may remember what I wrote before, broad and descriptive means lacking framing. It will be confusing to ChatGPT. It will be running around the internet. Because once you give a command, ChatGPT wants to please you and will give you an answer. But the answer is not, it's random. So ChatGPT says they are not theoretically integrated. It will be difficult for me to do it in a way that you could rely on it. That's what, it will do it, right? If you ask ChatGPT to produce an equation that 2 + 2 = 77, it will do it. Just test it. But you wouldn't, base your household on that economy, on that maths. So they are not critically, the authors do not critically interrogate how AI actually recognizes emotions and what moral development means in multilingual context or at all. So what it says, I am here on a thin and shallow ground, right, if you do that. Now, that's interesting how much we're getting right. And so I'd like to, can someone come here and just be more literate in pushing this thing? So the chapter uses a narrative literature review approach. It synthesizes, so in terms of methods. If you can sit down next to me, and if I trip over, if it could be helpful, just, you can sit with me. I just need a mouse, I don't have a mouse, and this doesn't work, so. Okay, so it synthesizes conceptual writing and examples from affecting, so it synthesizes the literature. However, there is no empirical method, no data, and no analytical procedure. So what's ChatGPT gonna do? It will be guessing, and then you will be writing, it misunderstood my student. It's no good. Evaluate the findings. So the chapter asserts that AI can detect and respond to emotions. AI tools can personalize moral emotional support. AI can foster empathy and all of that. And the teachers should integrate that. Under the moral emotional lens, these claims appear relevant, but they lack theoretical depth and all the other things ChatGPT outlines. What does it mean? I'm gonna be confused, really bad. So the chapter attempts to reframe pedagogy by shifting from cognitive linguistic aims to emotional aims, but look at the blue text. However, the reframing remains partial and superficial. It's like an idea. I call it a draft. When I see a paper like this, I see it as a draft. And there needs to be 6 months more work there. Why did we publish it? That's the most important thing. Because the publication that AsiaCALL has produced is a time capsule of how we think about AI today. And it's extremely important because if you do literature analysis for your research or whatever, it's important to integrate that kind of thinking from that time. And did we change? So the next publication by AsiaCALL will be looking at where are we now, and we will publish papers like this. And you as a critical reviewer will ask, have we progressed? Where should progress be? So far we have learned textual analysis always requires a theory of text. AI amplifies whatever theory of text the educator holds, even if that theory is impoverished, just results will be different. So if you give AI no theory, it mirrors that absence. If you give AI poor criteria, it follows those criteria faithfully, thinking at least you understand them. If you give AI a precise and coherent model, like RFE, and by the way, this is ChatGPT writing. I didn't write that slide. So referencing ChatGPT 5.1. Like era of reading for emotion, it can simulate sophisticated reasoning within that framework. This shows educators that theory is no longer optional. So AsiaCALL have been broadcasting this message for quite a while, but it's hard. Especially since we have such a pressure. You know, you have to publish 3,000 articles within a month, and all of them in Q1. So we perpetuate low quality, because fast is not high quality. So in the other paper, do I have still some time, like 10 minutes? I only need, yeah? Okay, in the other paper, this paper was doing what I was doing so far, which is they actually wanted to invent a method, and actually suggested that they have invented a method for evaluating, in their case, students' research proposals. Nothing different than just basically an academic text, right? Because students' research proposal is an academic text. It's not a poem, although sometimes you could be wrong. All right. And look at the criteria on the left and my model. So they would go to ChatGPT and ask about content relevance and quality, whether the paper addressed the topic appropriately. How would ChatGPT know that? And it does know. So it does make me angry something. So I'm totally outside of Vygotsky's framework. And now and then when ChatGPT has a, what do you call it? Electricity shock or something, right? So it brings Vygotsky to my framework, and I said, please stop doing this, because I will unsubscribe. Apparently, ChatGPT reacts on threats. I learned it by listening to podcasts. So organization and coherence, logical flow, how is it gonna do that? It will do it according what the internet tells it. And internet tells it lots of things. And ChatGPT is creative and runs around. Grammar, well, yeah, whatever. Academic style and referencing, why are they so high? I couldn't understand. And then critical thinking is at the bottom. Still, the degree of analytical engagement, how would ChatGPT know that? Overall impression versus very precise, what was new? What did the concepts, how did the concept contribute? How did the concepts inform the method? How did the findings relate to those new concepts? And where to from here with those new concepts overall? So the authors identify two gaps in this, that human evaluation of academic writing is time-consuming and all of that, and subjective, and AI might actually counter it. So they say, so ChatGPT now evaluates it and says, does the central problem the chapter poses is, can AI, particularly ChatGPT, serve as a reliable evaluator of academic papers? And I can tell you, I've got a student, we adapted what we're doing because we have different purpose, but still the reading for emotion model and aesthetics we use, and she is gonna examine hundreds of articles produced on language and literacy pedagogy, hundreds. And if I have time, I'll show you just a little bit. So the problem is framed as operational, not epistemological. Epistem in Greek means knowledge. So what do you know? What do you know? So if you want to ChatGPT to do something, you have to tell it what you know. So it can work with that framework as opposed to just evaluate. Just tell me, is it coherent? So ChatGPT continues. The chapter introduces the perspective that AI can function as an academic evaluator, not just an editing tool. But it also says the conceptual lens that it proposes is academic quality can be broken to discrete measurable criteria like the ones here, and language models can simulate academic judgment by applying this criteria. So the chapter redefines evaluations as observable textual features, which is like, it's not that they are not, but it's not sharp. You can't actually say, these are the edges of the river. These are the banks, and the river flows this way. Originally, as the absence of plagiarism, so that's, we get ourselves into traps. And critical note, these redefinitions bypass deeper questions about meaning, argumentation, epistemic contribution, discipline, and discourse. Should we be teaching this with our third and fourth year thesis students? And if we don't, what habits do we teach them? So critical note for assessing the added insight of those concepts. So I don't have that, okay, so the chapter adds insight by proposing that AI could supplement human evaluation, and it does, but could standardize assessment. You do it. Might reduce subjectivity in grading, could identify textual weaknesses quickly. It also suggests that AI might help early stage writers improve drafts before submitting to human reviewers. On the critical side, it says that these insights here are procedural, not conceptual. When you get married in every culture, you don't just get married, you actually have to spell out the conditions of your wedding. I will do this and I will do that. Concepts in terms of values that have to also align with the policy of the country. Like you are allowed to do this, but you're not allowed to murder your wife, right? So we have ethics that inform the values, and then the vows express both the policy and the values in terms of specific conditions, right? We do that. But here, we're quite not there yet. The chapter does not examine how AI recognizes argumentation, the limits of functional comprehension, the epistemic impossibility of detecting originality through linguistic form alone, whether evaluation can be reduced to criteria at all. Thus, the added insight, ChatGPT says, is limited to workflow logics, not the nature of evaluation. So in 3,000 different ways, all I'm talking about, define your terminology and say where you got it from and triangulate. So evaluate the findings. The chapter concludes that ChatGPT is effective. And look what it says. And this is ChatGPT's vengeance here. All slides that follow now, it's like 5 slides of ChatGPT having its way with us. So says, so all of this is produced by ChatGPT. ChatGPT is effective at, so they say it's effective at linguistic, structural, and surface level issues. Well, if that's what you ask for, you get that. ChatGPT is weaker at evaluating critical thinking, it says. Yet here, does nothing else but critical thinking, right? Because I didn't do this evaluation. Depth of argument or originality. AI can serve as a support tool, they say, but not a replacement. Never is a replacement. It's almost like when you subscribe to ChatGPT, you say, I know that human being is different from AI, right? And is above. These findings, on the critical note, are unsurprising and already well established in AI literacy literature. More importantly, the authors treat critical thinking as a visible textual pattern rather than epistemic capacity, framework. They never address the conceptual impossibility of AI detecting originality or intellectual contribution. As I claim, ChatGPT cannot invent the reading for emotion. The findings read as observation, not results derived from methodological analysis. I would cry if I wrote the paper at my age, right? So these people might have been young scholars, but if I wrote a paper and got an evaluation like that, I'd cry because I would say, gee, how did I go wrong? How did I go wrong after so many decades of research? So the chapter remains descriptive rather than analytical. It could have gone so much differently had it done the hard work of thinking. And then once you do the hard work of thinking, you've got the model that you can use with 10 PhD students like I do and generate, and master's students, because plus I have masters, generate an enormous amount of research. So the chapter attempts to reframe academic evaluation from a human interpretive access, ChatGPT, to a hybrid system. It subtly reframes academic quality as a list of textual features rather than conceptual contributions, something that can be partially automated, an activity that can be evaluated through surface linguistic patterns. This is the inheritance or legacy of applied linguistics. You need to go beyond that. Human beings are not grammar. So this reframing is not epistemologically sound, it says. By accepting AI as an evaluator, the authors reduce academic writing to formal correctness, strip evaluation of its intellectual, theoretical, and disciplinary basis, fail to question what evaluation is, or whether the criteria correspond to scholarly judgment. They treat language as information rather than meaning. To summarize, so ChatGPT goes on. This is ChatGPT going really on us, right? This is its vendetta. Naive prompts result in naive analysis when we do not define how to read, interpret, or evaluate texts. Large language models mirror our confusion. So in both articles, ChatGPT says, how did it happen? So basically the authors failed to identify the entire list of concepts they were using. It was like, you know what it means, you know what's prompt, you know how to teach students, you know, yeah. As we say in Australia, she'll be right there. So AI responded with surface level patterns because that is all it was given. Untheorized categories result in empty evaluation. Terms like critical thinking, relevance, moral emotion, or originality were treated as if they were self-evident. Nothing is. Well, mostly nothing, I don't know. If you're dead, it's evident. So no theory of text, no meaningful extraction as a result. The authors assume AI could detect quality on its own. But large language models cannot decide what counts as evidence, what counts as insight, what counts as ethical or critical, or what counts as meaningful. They're good, but as good as you are. So the results, we had everything sort of surface-based, and key message from ChatGPT to us was AI doesn't fail. We fail when we do not think. Large language models amplify whatever intellectual structure we give them, including the absence of one. So the vendetta continues, trust me. ChatGPT had its way with us. Oh no, now it's a positive. The reading for emotion demonstrates that AI can undertake sophisticated textual analysis, but only when guided by a coherent theory of text. AI doesn't discover emotional structure, it mirrors the structure we teach it. It does not invent analytical categories, it simulates the reasoning embedded in our definitions and examples we give it. Digital humanities, therefore, and its focus on theory or on theorizing cannot be reduced to automated pattern matching. Our job is now in digital humanities because we deal with students in an AI environment. Its future depends on educators who articulate conceptual frameworks that AI can operationalize. AI magnifies human thinking, but it cannot replace it. Because of that, not because it says I'm bad because I'm a machine. It just can't do it. It cannot simulate our embodied experience of life. So digital tools expand what we can do, but only human concepts determine what counts as meaning. This is where digital humanities and education meet. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for Mr. Anna Lyons. Today, right now, we are going to have questions and answer sessions. Maybe some of you, any questions for Prof. Anna Lyons? Yes, lady? In the left side.
Check. Okay, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I'm Amanda Karoli Vanisai from UIN SYEKH NURJATI CIREBON English Language Teaching Department, third semester. Previously, we studied the reading emotion framework in our literacy class with Selala Bumela, and it has been truly transformative for me, offering a profound way to understand how emotions, meaning, and morale in writing. In the reading for emotion framework, emotion in a text are not merely expressed, but are deeply shaped by the reader's sense of belonging, cultural context, and moral values. When we use AI to help strengthen the emotional depth of our writing. So my question is, how can we guide an AI which inherently lacks lived experience or a sense of belonging to respond in a way that authentically aligns with the emotional and cultural nuance we wish to convey? Are there specific prompting strategies, AI theoretical integration that can help AI simulate understanding of the feeling and personal backgrounds that shape our reader's voice? Thank you.
Thank you so much, I got it.
Yeah.
Well, there are three ways in which I can probably answer this question, but let's look at this little table I shared with you. So as I said, reading for emotion and aesthetic aesthetic principles of aesthetic principles can be appropriated in many different ways. So just let me first signal here. Okra resources, ready lesson plans produced by Australian government, and especially a particular body sitting in Melbourne. They probably cost millions and millions of dollars to produce. So other than analyzing students' work, academic work on language and literacy pedagogy, my student also was given a task to analyze those resources that my other student, the PhDs connect together, has found out that schools in Victoria, because that's where her research is, schools in Victoria use these resources because of policies, but also they think they're just an easier way to comply with procedures, not with thinking, with procedures, and they think procedures are informed by thinking. Well, so the first lesson for I don't know what grade here, grade 3 or 6, is on teaching you biography. And if you just even look at the section, at the category of audience, it says the lesson presents biography as a factual genre, but overlooks its rhetorical purpose, how it can inspire critique and memorialize by shaping how audience interprets a person's life. So basically it's just bone without the body, the way they teach biography. So instantly they miss the concept. Biography as a genre to inspire, to help you reflect, understand, or relate the discussions that you might have when examining a biography of someone's, to better understand who you are and your own place in the world that you have considered. Now, the reading for emotion also is inviting you to compare your understandings against those of your other students, or also against other texts, which may actually have perspectives that may not be necessarily the same as yours. So your sense of belonging is no longer CIREBON. you become critically informed. I'm not taking you out of CIREBON or wherever you are have been born or live, but through compare and contrast, a simple activity as exploration of the genre of biography, but now as a lived experience and how you relate it to yourself, allows you to actually reflect on yourself, your place, how you see your place, your role in the place, and how others do, and as a result extend your concepts of self and the place. So, to summarize, at the heart of the concept of the reading for emotion model is the student. We don't teach the student, we draw information or perspectives out of students. We trigger discussion, we trigger reflections, we trigger comparisons. And I'm no Jesus, may not work. So far so good. We had a little kid being, so we don't have lessons, it just evolved. We never liked lesson plans because what we do, the whole reading for emotion model is responding to the requirements of the Australian curriculum. So what we do have now, we have learning experiences, or protocols, which I call learning experiences, and we had a student, master student, coursework master student, who did her thesis, and she exposed her 9-year-old child to the model only 4 times. So the first, what we did was ask the child, not tell the child, but why do you think, when I read the fable, I use this fable, the grasshopper and the ant, don't ask me why, I've been using this for years. Why do you change the modality of your voice or the tone of your voice when you read it? So first you say, one day, or no, in a field, one summer's day, a grasshopper was hopping about, singing and chirping to its heart's content. How do you feel? What does it make you feel? Great. Yeah. And then an ant passed by, carrying a very heavy log of corn. Why did I change the tone? And then the grasshopper says, hey, why are you working so hard? Why toil and moil? It's such a beautiful day. Just come here and do this thing with me. And then says, no, you're so silly. You know, you got to gather supplies for winter, no. And the ant went on its way. See how it changes? Why? You can think for yourself, but because it's my keynote, so I'll tell you. Because the emotion you want to communicate as you read to the child requires change of a tone. Now, once this boy got it, talking about belonging, not belonging politically, not belonging like identity, God knows it means, belonging, he took his 4-year-old brother and started reading. After the 1 hour of, or I don't know how long was the experience because I wasn't there. After that little encounter for the first time with the reading for emotion model, his way of belonging in the house has changed. He started to read to his brother. He found it is so empowering to read because he now understands how. So the reading for emotion has many aspects to it, just one thing, and the boy has changed. Obviously, there were other changes that happened as a result of 4 encounters, but that one was so enlightening to all of us, because I have also PhD students who work with primary and early childhood children. So we were using this particular thesis of this student from Sri Lanka as a pilot. How will the kid react, right? Well, we couldn't believe it. He's writing his own book, he's reading, he's changed, he doesn't read comics anymore, he's reading to his child, like what, 4 times? His way of belonging to the world has changed. He's asserting his authority in the house. Look, I can do that for you, my brother. And I'm going to write a book, and I'm reading a lot. And I know how to interpret drawings and all of that. So, yeah, sense of belonging is a very complex concept. And it's extremely important, belonging, becoming. What happened with becoming to this person has learned various ways of actually reading himself learned processes of how to read himself in the context of literacy. And his being has extended. He's now asserting his presence in the house stronger. I can do things for you. I can do things for others. I can do a book. I can write a book. I can create a book. I read more. I'm more expanded as a result. So there you go. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. The Honorable Professor Ania Lion. My name is Eka Fitrianingsih. This is a simple question. In the context of academic writing, how can we distinguish between human AI collaboration and AI misuse? What standards should we set for ourselves as students? Please share your insight about this. Thank you so much.
Well, that's not the question for me. That's the question for Lala. So I was having a beautiful discussion with Hassan. I think he was tired. But anyway, we did have a discussion. He said, surely you academic texts are not organized by emotion. Really? How about when you introduce the problem? What do you want to elicit or evoke in your audience? Disgust? Going, oh my God, really? I did it to you yesterday during the dinner when I said that the article published just this year in the Australian Journal of Language and Literacy said that the SFL pedagogy has never actually undergone empirical assessment. I don't know exactly how he put it, but something to this effect, right? Whereas what Lala did, he actually had two viable methods and compared them. So I wanted to create in you like, oh, what? Really? How awful. I did it on purpose. I wanted you to feel it. And that was an academic argument, right? So every text, even a road sign, is created in terms of emotions. Why are stop signs red? What's the moral of a stop sign? What's the moral? Don't stop, you will know. Unfortunately, you're probably going to kill someone else at the same time, so don't test it. So we were teaching academic writing with Lukman on Borneo and here with Lala in CIREBON, starting with the grasshopper and the ant. I don't think anybody else in this planet is actually teaching academic writing through fables, but we did. Because it allowed students on one page seeing the structure of the text. Obviously, the text is a little bit more complicated, and we show it too, and we teach and whatever. What prompts? The way we've been working with the Reading for Emotion model is as follows. The teacher has these, so basically we have three elements here, which is the model. Then we take text through ChatGPT, and ChatGPT obviously qualitatively does the analysis better than any human being. And when Lala was working with in academic writing, it was us doing things by hand, I think, right? There was no ChatGPT yet. And with Lukman, probably the same, but from now on. So ChatGPT does the analysis, produces an amazing analysis in so many different ways we want. Professional training for teachers, expose yourself to these writings of ChatGPT. Learn what it says, how it says it. And then go to classroom and have a discussion with kids. Now, you don't teach them, oh, this is focus, this is disturbance, blah, 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 because there was, like, my students from Victoria, doctoral students, say, if you do that, they will throw a chair at you. So, I didn't know they were doing that. Now, the whole world will know. So, you want to draw information out of students, because if it is so natural, the text is organized in terms of emotions, and the text basically takes you through them. You can map the structure of the text in emotions. So first is the joyful happiness, then there is like, why the heck is the end there? So you're kind of worried, concerned, then you sympathize with the grasshopper, and then, you know, you worry about the grasshopper. So the 9-year-old was saying, why didn't the ants share their food with the grasshopper? He really hated the fable. So we place first the value on the teacher learning what ChatGPT will deliver, what ChatGPT and the prompts that it responds to, what analysis it offers to the teacher. So the teacher is learning. And then the teacher is in control. And the teacher leads a discussion with students. And later on, you may name things like, oh, we could call it focus. I mean, with little children, we do it with icons and whatever, and we make kids actually do the icons, emoticons. But with students in academic context, you can actually eventually put these concepts there and agree with them. And if they want to change the name, what do you care? Change the name. It's the descriptor that matters for ChatGPT and whatever. So we focus first on the training of the teacher, so that the teacher, not only him or herself, understands how even academic texts work with the emotional trajectory in order to generate meaningful text, compelling text. So we focus on the teacher, and then the teacher's role is to lead a discussion. And then students can take it into their own group-based projects and start work with the categories and have discussions and so on. So now it's a little bit more informed by the categories of the model, but you don't begin with that. You begin, so what did I want to say on that? I can't remember. It was a good point to make, but I forgot. So yeah, so that's how we do it. The problem was not the problem, but problem. So when the Sri Lankan woman did that with her 9-year-old, what happened was she started to teach her child. This is focus, this is disturbance, this is what. And when she was writing reports, she told us, and we go, Ufpala, you don't do that. This is beating up kids over their heads. You've got to play with the child. You've got to engage the child. You've got to draw it out of a kid, right? You don't say, Jesus said that this is how it is, right? So, because what about if the model is wrong? So first you work with you prepare for the meeting with students, and then you work with students, and you never know. Someone will be out there who will convince you that ChatGPT and me got it wrong. And you must allow for this discussion, for things to surface. Because nobody is God, right? So you never know. Teaching, all my models came from undergraduate teaching. So thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Anna Lyons. So this is the end of the sessions. And give applause for Professor Anna Lyons once again.
Thank you so much, Prof. Enya, for your sharing. And to express our gratitude, we would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Enya. We kindly invite Mr. Lala to present the award. Now, we are going to step forward to our 7th and 8th keynote speakers, delivered by Mr. Lala Bumela, PhD, from SIBER SYEKH NURJATI CIREBON, and Mr. Lukman Bayhaki, PhD, from Palangkaraya, Indonesia. And Mr. Lala will speak on Beyond Syntax, Beyond the SDGs, Decolonizing Language Education through Emotion, Myth, and Regenerative Design in the AI Era.
Meanwhile, Mr. Lukman Bayhaki PhD will deliver a presentation entitled Rewiring Writing, the Impact of Multisensory Transformative Learning Model on EFL Students' Cognitive Engagement and Writing Development in Indonesia. And for this double keynote speakers will be moderated by Ms. Ivo Dinasta Junior SSM Appling. Ms. Ivo, the stage is yours.
How much time do I have? Like 40 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we start for the last sessions have today discussions. But before we started, I will introduce our two keynote speakers. The first is Mr. Lala Bumela, PhD. He is a senior lecturer in the English Language Teacher Education Department and serves as Director of International Office at UIN SYEKH NURJATI, CIREBON. He earned his PhD in Interdisciplinary Literacy Studies from Charles Darwin University, Australia, and holds Master and Bachelor degree in English Education and Literature from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or called as UP. Lala Bumela PhD also has an extensive academic and professional record, actively contributing to international conference, publications, and collaborations. His research focuses on academic writing, educational neuroscience, phonology, and digital multisensory learning. In 2025, Lala Bumela PhD as the lead author together with colleague Lukman Bayhaki PhD, Anna Lyon PhD, and Professor Andrew Lyons, they launched the book Multisensory Call for Under-Researched Universities and Schools in Indonesia, published by Springer Palgrave Macmillan. Beyond academy, he is an active editor and keynote speaker, fostering both national and international academic networks. This year, Lala Bumela PhD is honored as a distinguished keynote speaker at the 22nd AsiaCALL International Conference 2025. For Mr. Lala Bumela, time is yours.
Thank you, Ivo. All right, guys, good morning or good afternoon. Whenever I have this late afternoon show, I always say good morning. So I have to stretch up a little bit a few minutes ago. So thank you, Ivo, and Mr. President and Vice Presidents and dear colleagues, friends. My wife is also there, but my daughter is not here. So in today's talk, I just want to share some of my reflective works this year that I'm doing with Lukman Bayhaki, who is now in Palangkaraya. Unfortunately, Pak Lukman cannot come here because before boarding a plane, he just lost his bag, so he has to be present online. All right, so the title of my talk is Beyond Syntax, Beyond the SDGs, decolonizing language education through emotion, myth, and regenerative design in the AI era. So there are a lot of layers of my talk, but I'm not going to make it theoretical. I like to make it as simple as possible. And actually, the idea of reading for emotion has been evolving since 2017. So back then, Anya told me that she has been reading and developing the framework for 3 decades. And then I and Lukman and other colleagues at Charles Wood Darwin University, yeah, we were confused as well when working with the emotion model, because it challenges us to think. It challenges us to interpret a lot of stuff by ourselves. And if you go back to the neuroscientific evidence, well, learning has to be like that. It has to be messy. So when I was doing the framework by myself in Darwin, it was completely messy, and Anya likes it. There is no recipes for learning the text. You have to work on your own. So I studied working the model on my own, of course, under the supervision by Anya. I could be wrong, and I can make a lot of mistakes, but that's fine. That's learning, because learning is actually internalizing, not externalizing. Well, maybe that's the idea why we don't actually go for scaffolding things right now. All right, so let's go to my first reflection so far, everyone. And for too long, I think we have been trapped in the transactional loop. Input, comprehend, reproduce. When I was a little child, I learned English that way, and I hate that. To be honest, I never liked my, not my English teachers, but I never liked the English classes because I had to memorize a lot of details, and I hate memorizing. And so I created a lot of learning rooms for me where I don't have to memorize things. So since I was a child, I was thinking, can I learn English in a better way without memorizing the grammar, even though I know that I could memorize the 6 or 8 types of tenses. And then input, understand, repeat, input, understand, repeat. And when I talk to colleagues and teachers, yeah, I know Indonesia is now having the transformative digital projects in so many universities, in so many schools. But if you simply deliver quizzes, grammar drills, or automated comprehension checks, it simply digitizes the very same logic of transaction. So for me, when you talk about the SDGs number 4, it will not make any sense. Why? Because SDGs still operates within a very linear and mechanistic model of learning. So this model assumes, well, learning is passive reception. The goal is the fidelity to the source, correct answers, accurate grammar. You can talk to Bu Fitri. She's the only representative from the school. She keeps talking about how efficient the schools are, but we don't actually know how smart the students are because we don't record the process of learning, the true learning. And the learner is a vessel, not a creator, and success is measured by output that matches input. That's what's happening in our classroom. So we have to think a new shift. Can we talk about, like, a shift from data transfer to human transformation? And when you talk about transformation, we have to think of like regenerative language education. Multisensory call is regenerative in a sense. And if we keep using the very same linear model, I don't think transformation will never happen. So in the 21st century, do we have a lot of rooms for questioning, for feeling, for imagining, and finally transforming? So the reading for emotion model will work when we can generate better questions. When I came to Darwin, I was very bad at generating good questions. But over time, I know how it works because I try to make better questions every single day. Okay, so receiving, decoding, repackaging, I think, well, SDGs with this kind of logic is not making any sense. So this year, I started reading some sacred poems from Sundanese cosmology. I'm a Sundanese by ethnicity, and Anya told us last night in the gala dinner that the genesis of Reading for Emotion started because Anya loved poem, and in fact, in Sundanese cosmology, the knowledge system is maintained by the community, so it's a communal memory, and then we have this lutung kasarung. Kasarung means getting lost, lutung is a black monkey, so we have this sacred legend, and the government has published the book in 2017. When I looked at the book, it's in Bahasa Indonesia and also in English. I was not happy because there are a lot of things that are missing. So I decided to do something different. And this is the synopsis of the Lutung Kasarung, guys. So in Sundanese cosmology, pantun is actually a poem, not the pantun that you recite with cakep, cakep, cakep. No, it's a reductionist form of pantun in Malay culture. If you read the real pantun of Lutung Kasarung, it has like almost 200 pages in Bahasa Sunda Kuno, Buhun, ancient Sundanese language. And you know what? I translated that sacred poem into English, and I think the accuracy is about 99%. I checked that. My friends, who is a real translator, also checked that, and it was wonderful that ChatGPT and Quen can actually produce a highly accurate translation of the Sundanese Buhun into English, because right now I'm not very fluent in Bahasa Sunda. Maybe my English is much even stronger than my Sundanese language. So guys, if you read the Lutung Kasarung story, it only focuses on the romantic part of the story. Okay, I'm not gonna read the whole story, but Princess Purbasari is banished to the forest by her jealous older sister, Purbararang, who wants to be queen. In the forest, she meets a wise and a kind black monkey named Lutung Kasarung, who becomes her protector and friend. Though he looks like an animal, Lutung is actually a cursed god punished for disobeying the heavens. Well, actually, the real pantun does not mention that he is cursed, no, not at all. When challenged to prove her worth, Purbasari completes impossible tasks with Lutung magical help. In the end, Lutung regains his human form, reveals his true identity, and chooses Purbasari as his queen, rewarding her humility, courage, and compassion. And there are also a lot of videos for children, for teenagers that are using the very same story, but it's actually, for me, misleading. Why? Because if you look at the real pantun of Lutung Kasarung, which are fully recorded by Harvard University in, what year was it? Like 1910, yeah. So I got this text from my friend who's working as an archaeologist in Bandung, Niskala Institute. He sent me like 400 texts of the sacred poem. So in Sundanese cosmology, there are three types of texts, sacred texts. Number one is Lutung Kasarung. The second one is Nyai Sumur Bandung. The third one is Ciung Wanara. So if you look at the mountain, Gunung Ciremai, and then that's in the west. In the east, there is Gunung Slamet, yeah, Gunung Slamet. The ancient texts mention that these areas are called Lemah Putih, the sacred land. The sacred land. Why? Because the Lutung Kasarung actually happened right there in Gunung Ciremai. We have the very valid evidence for that. And Nyai Sumur Bandung didn't actually happen in Bandung, but right in Kuningan, because the mata air, the spring of the ancient river called Cisanggarung actually originates somewhere in Kuningan. So Ciung Wanara was also taking place somewhere in Ciamis, which is also near Kuningan, but the source of the water comes exactly from this big mountain. So Gunung Cermai is the biggest mountain in West Java, but it has the largest amount of lava in the whole entire Java island. So I started reading the real Sundanese text and the English version of it, and this is what happened. I read that 200 pages, and guys, it was really surprising because it was not actually about romance between the monkey and Purbasari. And then I tried to take a lot of notes again and again. Well, actually, this poem is more like an agricultural liturgy where God sends Lutung Kasarung down to earth to not transfer the knowledge of taking care of the mountain, the river, and how they can actually survive with the rice. So if you see that there are a lot of rice fields here in Jawa Barat, we have the story why we have that one. And a cosmological map, a ritual technology for ecological alignment. The third one is very interesting because in the end, it was not about coronation. In Western culture, the very end of the story is normally like the coronation of the queen or the king. No, maybe you have to read the real story later, okay? So there is no revenge, there is no coronation, but simply the Lutung disclosed himself. He became a very beautiful, handsome prince. Okay, so in terms of thematization, this is really shocking for me, and this is very intellectually surprising. Why? Because the way I read the text for so many years, the traditional reading version, we keep asking this question: what does this sentence mean? My daughter also hates this sentence when her English teachers at school ask this question. I hate this question. Because it's extractive, it's referential, it's neutral. Well, sacred texts like this cannot be read as referential texts. And when I analyze the themes using reading frame motion that Anya mentioned, well, I'm now using a different set of questions, like what spirit is being appeased or what covenant is being broken or restored. So the question is orienting me into a more ethical, into a more participatory, into a more sacred experience. And later this year, I was also participating in the writing of some white papers on BIMA framework with some people from Adelaide University, from Sydney, BIMA Nexus, and some people from Greece and USA. So we are developing this bridging intelligence, mindfulness, and awareness framework, bridging storytelling, blockchain, AI, and structured dialogic design for regenerative community systems. And beyond SDGs, from technocratic sustainability to regenerative belonging through the BIMA framework. And there is a big hype of SDGs everywhere here, including this university. Like last month, we were asked to submit our lesson plans. We are oriented to SDGs, but there's no real discussions. I mean, if we want to talk about the SDGs number 4 or any number, can we talk something else beyond the linearity of the system? Right now, our university is transitioning from a very, let's say, conventional model of teaching, learning into a cyber university. So I think for myself, I have to do more because I want to create a imagination infrastructure in my class. Okay, so so actually BIMA is about a regenerative systems architecture designed to move beyond the limitations of linear technocratic models like the UN Sustainable Development developed by a colleague. So human systems thrive not through control but through relational harmony, and I think this is missing from our classroom. We talk about grammar, vocabulary, but we never actually talk about relation with the mountain or the river here, at least in Indonesia. Maybe in Japan people have more awareness about nature, but here I'm not sure people have that kind of awareness. Okay, so the intelligence here is actually referring to systemic intelligence, ethical presence, awareness, the transcendent recognition that we're not separate from each other. Anyway, I forgot to tell you that 100 years ago, the Pantun Sunda was actually performed for the very last time in Bandung. And to my surprise, the Pantun reciter does not actually memorize the whole story. And the story can only be retold to the audience once he is on a stage in a ritual called ruatan. So how can you explain to people, especially to the Western people, that knowledge can be in a very defined form? If you are the Pantun reciter with the kecapi, with the string, and then you recite some prayers, the story will pop up. And that's the reason I was not allowed to read the Pantun before visiting the sacred places on the mountain. So this year I made some transformation in my class. So half of my classes are run here and the rest are held in the mountains. So we had some hiking experience. All right, maybe that's related to the place-based education. I'm not going to talk about this because I'm still learning. I haven't got the real official training. Maybe next year I'll have some training sessions in Sydney about story pathways, tokenless DAO, and Hyperledger, blockchain, SDD, and AI, NLP, and deep learning. Okay, but the very idea that I'd like to mention now from my research is, I think it's high time language education must evolve from linguistic competence to cosmological literacy. And the blueprint is like this. It decolonizes interpretation by centering local epistemologies, which are missing from our curricula. It restores the ethical dimension of reading. It honors oral poetry like Pantun Sunda as the ancient technology. It decentralizes immutable consensus, verified knowledge protocol. And it transforms classrooms into living laboratories where learners don't just study stories, they participate in regenerative ecosystems. That's missing from our classroom. So I and my team are thinking of this. How can we flip the script of ELT dimension right now? Can we put the feeling first and imagination second, expression the third, and transformation later? Or if you want to keep simple, then feel, imagine, transform. Let the classroom become as messy as possible. That's why Anya mentioned that she doesn't like lesson plan, all right, because it's very restricted and it has to be unfolding in a way. So yeah, I have not addressed the power behind the verbotonalism here because it will be done in the second phase of the research. So this year I'm still reading the 3 texts all together. Mungkin Pak Lukman will be reading that one later about this. Yeah, you have seen this part as well, I guess. So yeah, I'm integrating emotion and aesthetics, but aesthetics not in a traditional way, because aesthetics here a kind of new ontology for me. It becomes a new portal for learning, and this is a very strong highlight, I guess. So sensory experience is the primary medium through which humans access and participate in the fundamental structure of reality. Yeah, you can talk more about this with Anya Lyon later. So back then, the multisensory call was called multisensory load reduction strategies. I think Anya mentioned this in 2018, once we have the statistical results with Andrew Lyon. And I made a lot of research notes, but let's skip this part because I have limited time. And I'm going to show you one single part of the Lutung Kasarung Pantun. I'm not sure if you have seen this before, but this is the translated version. So, I invoke the clouds above. To the heavens I offer my prayer. To the gods I beg forgiveness. To the ancestors I offer purity. So there is always a relation with God. So in the Sundanese cosmology, real knowledge is when we can relate to ourselves, to our ancestors, karuhun, and also to the nature. So this pantun will actually lead you to those topics. And have a look at the very end of the pantun. Listen, the reciter said, placed upon the handalum tree at dusk, hung upon the hanjuang tree at noon, a vessel to receive and to release. So this is the refrain of the pantun, which are repeated for 19 times across the story. And you know what? These two plantations, these two plants, very normally found in the rice fields. Yeah. 3 months ago, I planted handalum and also hanjuang in our small backyard, and I'm very happy to have them all. So when Mora, our Ministry of Religious Affairs, introduced eco-theology, I think we don't have to import the ideas of eco-theology from anywhere. We have the very model here when we talk about nature, because those two plants not only have medicinal powers, but it has, like, I don't know, cosmological role as well. So to cut the story short, so if you use reading for emotions, and you can augment the analysis using emotions, well, this is the result. We've got the focus, we've got disturbance, we've got dialogue, we've got development, resolution, and moral, with the initial analysis of how emotion actually shapes. And this is the mapping of the emotion. Well, I'm trying to make it simple for myself and for my students. Maybe Anya has different kind of perspective. Maybe Lukman also does. So we have the stages here, and I wrote here what happens, how it makes us feel, why it matters. Okay, I'm not going to talk in detail about this, but it helps me a lot in understanding, interpreting the text, because just last year, I and Lukman just realized that reading for emotion is actually an interpretation-oriented reading model. And when we were doing PhD, we didn't come up with that idea. So we couldn't see Anya Lion in that particular day because Anya was away. So I and Lukman was at home in Darwin doing a lot of workshops together from 7 to 10 p.m. And at 5 p.m., bro, I found something interesting, Lukman said. So I think this is an interpretation-oriented model. Yeah, maybe we have to mention that part, because if you are promoting higher order thinking skills, so what tools do you have to actually foster the interpretation? Well, we cannot increase the level of thinking without, being good at interpretative tasks. So this is the stage of the emotions, and this is my second phase of reading, where I have the canonical emotive analysis. We've got the key sentences, we've got emotional anchors, we've got emotional shift, we've got functional role as well. Very interesting. And I can write the very new summary out of it. And this is the most interesting part, because when we were doing our PhD, we were completely confused how we can integrate the neuroaesthetic principles with emotions. So this is what we do with AI, actually. And yeah, let's see what happened. So in my creative writing unit and also in academic writing unit, we did a lot of exploration here. There are actually like 8 principles of neuroaesthetic, but the primary ones are only 4. So the first one is peak shift, number 2 is contrast, number 3 is perceptual problem solving, and symmetry and order. And you can see here the link RFE stages is focus, disturbance, development, resolution, and moral. So in the later part of my work, we can actually develop a new framework for assessment. So a very good writing, for me now at least, will have some numbers of peak shifts, some numbers of contrasts, and maybe some perceptual problem solvings, and also some symmetry and order. So the students do not have to memorize the grammars, but they have to be aware of the emotional anchors when they are reading the text. Yeah, I think we can work on this with teachers at school and also maybe with my students here, because a lot of them are working the very same frameworks to develop some new assessment framework. So maybe this is the end of my presentation. Which one is the most important part? I think number 2. Well, we are very aware that AI can generate completely fluent text. Yes, Prof. Hassan Kosravi showed us Suno, right? It can compose music and even mimic empathy or even mimic cultural nuances. But I think the greatest risk is not technological obsolescence, but human irrelevance. And AI excels at pattern replication for sure, but it cannot wonder, it cannot grieve, it cannot revere or choose to carry a story with humility. And then what we need then is not more data, but a renewed infrastructure for human imagination. A system that cultivates the uniquely human capacities AI cannot replicate. I think Prof. also mentioned about the importance of creativity that cannot be replaced by AI. So from now on, I'm thinking to myself, how can I set the limit? This is the AI thing, this is the no AI thing. So since we are now working with AI, I'm encouraging myself to be more and more creative. Okay, so I don't know what that means to you all, but being creative probably means that you don't have to follow the rule. You don't have to follow the principles. I don't know. You just have to follow your sense of agency if you are a teacher and also students. Okay, so before returning to Indonesia, we had a conversation with Anya Lion about agency, because my thesis is about agency in academic writing. So the real definition of agency that we understood together is you have your own voice, you have your own devices for making sense of the world. When I have the courage to use my own senses, the sensorium, to make sense of the world, and it makes sense to me, so I think learning happens. And I'm still learning all the dogmas that Anya and Andrew Lyon has mentioned today, and they are still echoing very relevant in my head right now. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope we can share a lot of insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lala. It's very interesting discussions. And now we go for a question sessions. Anybody want to have a questions for Mr. Lala?
Or maybe we can invite Pak Lukman first.
Oh, Pak Lukman first. All right.
You don't have to ask me anything, Anya. I might not have the answers.
So there is this guy that you probably don't want to listen to because he's sophisticated and all of that, and he produced a book which is like very, very famous, but he has million podcasts. Ian McGilchrist, and he talks about the society, he talks about the left, the divided brain, the left and right hemisphere and all of that. And I know, had he listened to Lala, like I don't know how you felt, doesn't matter what he said, how you felt. Did you feel that your brain was sort of oxygenated? Right? It just was so refreshing. I saw the mountain. I was on that hike. So how I feel like, whatever you will take out of this presentation, I think just the fact that he took us somewhere else, right, was so daring, and it's a lesson, I think, for us. And obviously, I have to say, as a supervisor, that he's on his own, which is what you want in your students, to be on their own. So Lala, I just wanted to comment that it was so refreshing for me, and I think for everybody else, or most people here, and I think that everybody was very surprised. And McGilchrist would have loved it, because it takes us into the it takes us from learning to education, and I think that's the step. And thank you for that.
Thank you, Prof. Hanyai. And then we goes to Pak Lukman Baihaqi, PhD. Maybe Pak Lukman sudah hadir?
Ya, terima kasih. Thank you very much, everybody. Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and everyone joining
Pak Lukman,
on site.
can you please unmute for your Zoom? We cannot hear you. Sorry.
Hello?
Hello, Pak Lukman? Any trouble there?
Can you hear my voice?
No voice.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
No voice? Hello? It's my voice.
Okay,
Test.
while we are waiting for Pak Lukman, I will introduce Pak Lukman first to the audience.
Hello, this is my voice. Hello, guys.
I'm surprised. Pak Lukman, yes, we are hearing you. I will introduce you first to the audience. Is that okay?
Okay, just go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Pak Lukman. Pak Lukman Baihaqi, PhD, is our special keynote speaker for today, and he is dedicated senior lecturer and researcher in English language education at UIN Palangkaraya, Indonesia, where he also served as the head of Research and Community Service Institute of UIN Palangkaraya. His academic journey includes a master's degree from State University of Malang 2010 and a PhD focus on ELT and English language teacher education with research interests spanning applied linguistics, second language acquisitions, TESOL, and even neuroscience. A strong advocate for collaborative scholarship, Lukman Baihaqi, PhD, has co-authored publications with scholars such as Lala Bumela, PhD, reflecting his commitment to advancing interdisciplinary research and fostering academic partnership. He has also contributed to innovative pedagogical approaches, including multisensory computer-assisted language learning, or we call it as a CALL, particularly tailored for under-researched educational contexts. For Bapak Lukman Baihaqi, PhD, time is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests, colleagues, and everyone joining on site and online at this time. It's a privilege for me to be here at AsiaCALL International Conference. Pak Lala was right. I was on the airport yesterday when I realized that I lost my bag and then I missed my flight. I'm so sorry about that. And yeah, although it is online, I hope, yeah, it still matters for me. Okay, I will run quickly, as this already known here in Palangkaraya and maybe in Cirebon as well. Okay, I will share my presentation. Rewriting the impact of multisensory model on EFL students' cognitive engagement and writing development in Indonesia. The landscape of EFL writing pedagogy has evolved over the past 40 years, and we start with form-focused instruction, which merely focus on emphasizing grammar and accuracy, which has merit limitation, technically correct but lacking creativity and emotional engagement. And the field then shifted toward process-oriented approaches, emphasizing drafting and revision. While this improved structure, a critical gap remained. The process to perception, the process writing improves structure and reflection. But however, deeper cognitive and affective engagement remains untapped. And new direction, integrating cognitive neuroscience into language education, I introduced multisensory approach, which emerges as a bridge between cognition, emotion, and expression. This theoretical foundation of multisensory approach, this approach is firmly rooted in cognitive neuroscience and perceptual psychology. The core principle is simple and yet powerful. Learning is strengthened when multiple senses, visual, auditory, tactile, and emotional, are engaged simultaneously. This aligns with predictive coding theory, where the brain learns by constantly comparing expectation with sensory input. In writing terms, this becomes a dynamic cycle. A sensory experience leads to a linguistic hypothesis, which is then referred through feedback. And the neuroscience behind this is compelling. The load reduction principle suggests that sensory cues can prevent cognitive overload. We have found that fMRI studies finding that right hemisphere activation enhances creativity and narrative fluency. And multisensory also tasks boosts memory consolidation. And the right hemisphere activation enhances creativity and narrative fluency. This is the concept of embodied cognition in action. Knowledge is grounded in physical experience. Sensory experience lead to richer neural encoding, which in turn lead to stronger attention and recall. The role of emotion. Critically, we cannot separate emotion from the process. Research by Imordino, Yang, and Damasio shows that emotion drives learning and attention. Emotional engagement leads to deeper reasoning and better attention. That's why I still remember when my teacher bullied me in my elementary school. I still remember. It is still left in my head, all the words, all the emotion at that time to me today. Emotion, a source of intention, inform both the process and of text construction and its interpretation by Anya Lyon, 2017. In the classroom implementation, sensory priming, videos, sounds, art, textures. I try to encourage my students to videos, what they can view, what they can see, what they can hear from the sounds, and also it's possible, if also possible, they can touch what they can touch, and also they can intonate a sounds, and they read with the good pronunciation and the textures as well, and also what I call shadowing what the narrator says in the video, and then my students try to imitate or play role as the narrator or as the characters in the videos. And in writing, they may transform sensory impression into the text. And when they write all what they have through emotions, they can write with what left in their head. And after writing, they reflect on sensory linguistic connection. They try to reflect what they have written, what they have imagined in their mind, and try to put in writing. Yeah, in the context of Indonesia, EFL writing remains dominated by systemic functional linguistic or genre-based approach. The strength may be that it's considered text type awareness, grammatical structure, but it has so many limitations. Based on my findings, limitation, they most focus on compliance, not creativity or emotion. And the need for holistic neuroscience-informed pedagogy integrating emotion and sensory experience is possible here. And my research purpose and questions to develop and evaluate multisensory learning model for EFL writing in Indonesia. I have 3 research questions here. How does multisensory approach compare with SFL in improving writing quality, creativity, coherence, accuracy? How do students perceive cognitive emotional support in multisensory classroom perspectives on the visibility and pedagogical value of multisensory approach? I make it quick to the research design, and my research design is mixed method quasi-experimental design, where I compare multisensory approach and genre-based approach in integrated quantitative pretest, post-test, and qualitative interview and reflection data. As this is online mode, the Moodle I use online, or sometimes I do it hybrid. The Moodle application was used in this research. Rational, combining empirical measurement and lived experience, provides holistic understanding of how emotion and cognition interact in writing instruction. And the participants, we have 96 EFL undergraduates, and in the experimental group class were 33 students, and in the control group 36 students. And most of their English proficiency level is low intermediate. And some instruments are used, like pre-post writing tests and engagement autonomy questionnaires, semi-structured interview, and observation reflection journals I use. And the procedure, the duration is 14 weeks, 90-minute session weekly via Zooms. Multisensory approach, auditory, rhythm-based pronunciation, listening to writing tasks, or we call verbotonal exercise, and visual color-coded mind maps, infographic, and kinesthetic gesture-based chunking, verbotonal mirroring, and emotional sensory linked reflection essays. When I asked my student to read narrative fable like The Ant and Grasshopper, and genre-based approach in the control group, SIBER framework from Highland 2017 with stages, the construction, joint construction, independent construction in the classroom. And the results in the pre-test, no significant difference between groups. And in the post-test, significant difference favoring multisensory. The effect size is quite large. And the interpretation, multisensory explained 23% of variance in writing improvement. And this is, you can see that no significant improvement in SIBER only in the control group, but we can see that significant improvements in the multisensory class. Aside of the quantitative results, I also focused on the qualitative themes where the engagement and autonomy are visible in the multisensory class, comparing to the Graham-based or systemic functional class. And I also focus on the lecturer role, which being the facilitator and knowledge authority. In the multisensory class, the teacher becomes the facilitator. When you say it's like feeling grammar with your body, or I now revise my writing before asking the lecturer. This is the reflection of the students. And I stopped explaining grammar. I asked students to act out the emotion of a sentence. This is according to the multisensory instructor. And the students develop intuitive rhythm and tone awareness by practicing verbotonal activity or pronunciation exercise. They develop intuitive rhythm and tone awareness, and also deep learning through embodied emotion when they analyze the sentence by including their emotion in the way they interact in the classroom with friends and teachers. However, in SIBER instructor comment that my students follow structure well, but engagement was limited. And yeah, engagement is crucial for me in this case, because without proper engagement, the classroom will be passive in this matter, and the teachers become the only one source of information where the students act passively at the time. So the multisensory integrates sensory, emotional, and cognitive systems, enhances retention, motivation, and fluency. And it also reduces cognitive load via multimodal processing. And what I like is it fosters autonomy and self-efficacy, and it is supported by embodied cognition and self-determination theories. Pedagogical implication: the redesign writing instruction to be emotionally engaging and sensory driven. And we should train teachers to become experienced designers, not content deliverers, and combine neuroscience, linguistics, and education for transformative learning, and applicable beyond Western context, localized innovation for Indonesia. I conclude the multisensory approach significantly enhance writing skill, engagement, and autonomy, and writing becomes a process of feeling and meaning, not memorization. We recommend future research, longitudinal and neuroscience, neurocognitive studies, which is maybe very expensive and expansion to other genre skills areas according to the linguistic area. And collaboration between linguistic, neuroscience, and education is important to consider. I think that is the presentation for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Lukman. Okay, going to question sessions. Anybody want to have a question for both amazing keynote speaker right now? No. It's very amazing, Pak Lukman. Very knowing your topic. Nobody here? Okay, if no, I think we will close for today's sessions. And thank you very much for everybody. So we have been here for 2 days, and I see you are very motivated. Thank you. I hope that we will see you maybe next year again with the same very amazing keynote speaker. And thank you very much. I will close it. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to both of our keynote speakers for their inspiring contributions. To express our gratitude, we would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Mr. Lala Bumela Sudibantara PhD and also to Mr. Lukman Bayhaki PhD. We kindly invite Professor Jeremy to present the award.
Honorable distinguished guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and all the participants, we have now arrived at the final part of our 3-day agenda of the 22nd AsiaCALL International Conference 2025.
As we are approaching the end of today's remarkable journey, we would like to extend our warm gratitude to all distinguished guests, keynote speakers, presenters, moderators, and participants for their active engagement throughout the AsiaCALL International Conference 2025.
Indeed, it has been a truly inspiring day, filled with insightful discussion, thought-provoking ideas, and meaningful collaboration that reflect the spirit of innovation in language learning and technology.
And now we are moving to the final highlight of today's agenda, the symposium of the 22nd AsiaCALL International Conference. This symposium serves as a reflective and integrative session, bringing together our distinguished guests and keynote speakers to summarize key insights, share experiences, and reinforce our commitment to advancing research and collaboration in language and technology.
So let's please our distinguished guest and keynote speaker to take your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a big round of applause.
I need to show the camera of Andrew, Professor Andrew Lyon. So the camera. Yeah.
Oh my
give
goodness,
him a,
can you hear me?
big clap. Andrew. Okay. Are you very sleepy? Are you here or going somewhere? Okay, I hope that you are still around with us. This is the symposium, dear AsiaCALL. So you are here today. You can be called as AsiaCALLers. Like yesterday, we have AsiaCALL 2025. We learn, we share, and we grow. Can we do that again? Okay. AsiaCALL 2025.
We learn, we share, we grow.
Okay. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the AsiaCALL 2025, it is my great pleasure to welcome to you today's symposium titled AI in Language Education, Opportunities, Challenges, and Future Directions. Artificial intelligence continue reshape the way we think about language learning, as we discussed already. I remember AsiaCALL since 2009, 2010. I do research in technologies about using the blog for peer feedback, and I also see Anya do research about Google Docs, right? Also academic writings, and Jeremy too. So, but today we go beyond that. We come to AI in language education. So it develops so fast. And from adaptive learning systems and automated feedback tools to conversational chatbots and multilingual learning environments, AI offers unprecedented opportunity for innovation. Yet, alongside these opportunities come important questions about pedagogy, ethics, assessment integrity, teacher readiness, and the future roles of education and learners. Today's symposium brings together 5 distinguished guests, scholars, and dedicated contributors to AsiaCALL community. So as you can see, our big man, Professor Dr. Andrew Lyon, and Dr. Anya Lyon, and Professor Jeremy White, and Dr. Lala, and me. So we are honored to have them share their insights on how AI can shape the future of language education. That is the very good themes that we will talk today. So maybe the first question I might ask Professor Dr. Andrew Lyon. You have worked with technology in language education for many years. So often you review us about the development of technology developments, all of your presentations in the AsiaCALL, long before AI became a popular term. how do you see today's AI developments in relation to earlier forms of call? What is genuinely new and what is a continuation of older ideas? Okay, we are happy to listen to your answer.
Okay, can you hear me? I guess you can.
Yes, very clear.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for staging this symposium. I think it's a good closure. I want to, before I say anything, I want to make a comment about the standard of questions that have been asked at this particular AsiaCALL. Maybe because people have been preparing for a while, but the point is that even if they have been preparing for a while, they produce some very intelligent questions, and many of the intelligent questions came from undergraduates. And I think this is a tribute to the university here, and also to the other universities which are participating. I think that this is a very demanding time for those of us who are answering questions, and for speakers and keynote or otherwise. So thank you so much. I think it's a great move forward. The issue of novelty is really strange, because in a way there is nothing new in what we have been doing. Many of us are simply reapplying old models. Old models that we have been using, but at the same time, some of us are trying hard to do different things. I tried in my keynote to point out the differences between the old call and the new call. I think the old call was programmatic, was overspecified, was limited because of the nature of the processes that we used to provide feedback. We always, a long time ago, like 20 or more years ago, people said to me, what we would really like is a robot that speaks to us in a foreign language, and that would be just perfect. Right? We could then have conversation. This was at the height of the CLT and so on. Well, we've got it now, and I'm not quite sure how we're using it, but it's there, and it's available. The more interesting part for me is that in terms of providing feedback, it's no longer mechanistic. And this is a great tribute in a way to the people who created the large language models, or small language models, it doesn't matter much. It's a tribute because in the end, the key to it, as I've pointed out before, is comprehension, understanding. Not human understanding in the same way, but functional understanding, functional comprehension, and that is what allows us now to do things. And the functional comprehension is not just about having conversations about pretending to be in a restaurant or pretending to do this or practicing our speech and so on, but actually comprehension in terms of the processes that we go through in order to be able to understand each other. And the level of feedback that is now available. It was not available before. And even if it was available, the price of it was that you had to create extremely complicated algorithms. Now, everybody can do it for free. Having said that, from now on, we need to look at the connection between the AI systems that we have at the moment, or will have in the future, and the students. I agree with Hassan Khosravi, who said yesterday that we need to find a connection between the learner and the system. We can't just send them to the chat box. We cannot do that. He's right. And that was what I also said, but maybe didn't spend enough time on. How we create the connection between students and the AI system is going to be critically important. The other thing that Hassan said, which I thought was interesting, is that he appeared to contradict what I said about LMSs, learning management systems, disappearing. But that's not quite what I was saying. What I was saying is that learning management systems, as we know them today, are going to disappear. Because as we know them today, they do not draw on the power of the artificial intelligence, primitive as it still is, to do things. So we are in transition. We're in a stage of huge transition. We can do things we could never do before. Now is the time for imagination. One of the great advantages, I've always argued that one of the great advantages of using technology in language learning is that it allows us to think differently. It allows us to think differently because of the constraints which apply to the tasks that we have and where we want to use them. In the past, we had constraints in terms of programming, in terms of delivery mechanisms, and so on. Now these constraints are disappearing, and we have a different kind of constraint, which is issues of modality, issues of the guiding principles underneath the AI systems that we are using. And as many have pointed out, that therefore raises questions of ethics and so on. I'll stop now, and I'm happy to answer questions. I don't think that I've answered everything that needs to be answered. Just let me make one final comment, and that is everybody in the universe at the moment is obsessed about writing. Everybody wants people to become expert academic writers. In the 12th century, in France and elsewhere, people were writing funny stories in the Middle Ages. There were dozens of these funny stories that were being written. They didn't write them because they needed to write them. They wrote them because they were scholarly exercises, academic exercises, and they were then thrown away. These were then collected by life, and people in the 20th and 21st century studied them as though they were really significant. What we're doing now with a lot of the academic writing that we do is our students produce tons of academic writing, we fix their English or whatever, and then we throw it away. Do we really need this fixation on academic writing that we have at the moment? I know people are making lots of money out of it. Publishers are too. Maybe we need to be more selective and then see how we can use artificial intelligence to support the academic writing of those who really need it, as opposed to wholesale academic writing. Just a comment, because I get irritated by the fact that everybody says, "Oh my gosh, I mean, we need them to be able to write academically." Really, how many of you remember your algebra? Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks for your question. When you mentioned about now today the student can do by themselves getting the feedback, I also think about one very powerful software AI. They use AI before, they like automatic writing feedback, and I think now at that time that was amazing, but now ChatGPT might make it much better, right? And even though before writers write stories, but now the teacher can use like Gemini to create stories in English to teach their student, for their student to read, for example. So there are many different ways that AI empower the teachers and learners. I think I might ask you one more question. You have often looking ahead, what guiding principles would you suggest for institutions and teachers who want to adopt AI but also wish to maintain a strong humanistic and ethical foundation in their language programs?
Yeah, I kind of chuckled because somehow there's a distinction, people make a distinction between, software and humans, and therefore, humanistic means the opposite of AI. But it doesn't. I mean, humanistic means AI in a way because it comes out of us. The AI didn't spring up by magic out of machines which were self-managing. So the question is not about humanistic learning. It has nothing to do with AI. The question about humanistic learning is what models of learning are you interested in developing? And we still need to understand that at the basis of all learning that we have is not the machine, but rather the pedagogy. I mean, Willy Renandia, as I remember it, was saying somewhere, it's the pedagogy, not the technology. And some of us have been saying this for decades and decades and decades, well before Willy produced that. And the point about it is that it's the thinking patterns that need to be drawn upon in order to produce the environments where AI will be useful. AI is not independent from us, and it's not a threat. It's at the moment it still hasn't developed its own sentience. It's not functioning on its own. Maybe it will one day, but at the moment it isn't. And so the key to it is, how do we think about learning? What is learning? What is knowledge? And if you don't have an answer to that question, and those questions, and they're very difficult questions, then you better start trying to find an answer. Because otherwise you will be working on stereotypes drawn from all sorts of places. So what we need for the future of AI is not a policy about ethics out of AI or whatever, although that's important, but actually politics about, but policies about how the heck are we, what are our principles of teaching and learning? Lala and Lukman were talking about verbotonalism. Well, the point about verbotonalism is that it's an awareness developing system, right? It's something which works at the interface between perception and learning. And so one of the questions that people might ask themselves, what they rarely do in language work, is what is the connection between perception and learning? How many of you have asked yourselves that question lately? Well, it's a very important one. The people working in neuroscience ask themselves that question. And not just neuroscience in terms of awareness raising and noticing and all of that stuff, but actually in other directions, such as, the work that Anya and Lala and Lukman are doing or have done in the area of aesthetics. How many people are doing that? As opposed to, oh yeah, let's just get them to replicate stuff. So one of the things that you might want to think about, by the way, and that's back to the writing issue, is everything that you want to do is to replicate stuff. Maybe not. Is that the learning of that's the learning of the past. We've been, write this essay as though you were, Austin or Searle. Okay. So the future is in learning, not in AI. And AI can help us with learning because it has access to more information and more connections than any of us have access to. And going back, and I'll just finish up with one more thing. I know I'm going all over the place. Never mind. Forgive me. Back to some of the questions that people were asking, about ethics, about academic this and academic that. I mentioned in my talk about ownership. We are obsessed about ownership. You know, Lala wrote this paper. Andrew wrote this paper. Well, yes, but first of all, it didn't come just from Lala and just from me. It came from an accumulation of knowledge that we developed over time, which we hope we put together intelligently. Well, guess what? We now have a new friend. And this friend will help us do a better job. And that better job is, in the end, what really matters. So instead of worrying about ownership, maybe what we should start doing and rewarding in a different way from what we are doing now is to worry about value. What is the value of the essay that the students wrote, or that I wrote, or that you guys wrote? And if it happens to be a combination of ChatGPT talking to me and me talking to ChatGPT, plus everything else that I know, well, so be it. But I can assure you that I could not have done my keynote today, or yesterday, without the help of ChatGPT. Why not? Because I was able to ask ChatGPT questions about the way it works, and then put it together through a conversation about what it was talking about and what I was interested in. So value rather than ownership may be something we need to think about. And this is a huge, huge change. We are at a moment, at a historical moment, if you like. And maybe we're not aware of this because it seems so natural in a way. We're at a moment in history where everything will change. It may not be immediate. And we'll still have the guy and the guy with the red flag walking in front of us. But it's going to happen. And if we don't do something about it, think about it, we, not the AI, we don't think about it, then we're going to have a problem. Remember, AI is backward looking, but it knows more than we do, and it connects better than we do. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your valuable comments. And actually, your question that I remember Lala yesterday also remind that question, what is learning? And this question you can answer in your own way, but different people have different answers. And even though last year answer for what is learning different from this year answer what is learning, so I think Andrew, Professor Andrew tell us this question that we put for ourselves answer the way that what's learning. And in the past we focus, no, not just in the past until now we focus more on authorship, who own the paper. But maybe I think we need to also think about in the future the value that the paper, the product provide to us rather than who own it. I think that's a great idea. Thank you. So I think that maybe it's time for me to move to Dr. Anya Lyon. So my first question for you is that as AI increasingly becomes embedded in educational settings, what do you see as the most transformative opportunities it brings to language learning today?
Short answer. Is this working? Okay. I've got a very short answer.
Okay.
So what's learning is increasingly better or enhanced ability to discern, or you can discern increasingly more precisely and better, create increasingly as a result more powerful solutions. So what did you ask? What's AI going to contribute together with humans? So AI can enhance the support system we create for our students to generate increasingly more powerful, to enable students
discernments, basically, to assist students increasingly better in their capability to discern. There's a parable. Parable, is it called? Are they called parables, Andrew? In the Bible. All right. So it's about the King Solomon, not Salmon, Solomon. And the King Solomon was asked by one of those gods, Greek gods or whatever gods. He had one chance in his life to be given whatever he wanted. All the women on the planet, all the gold, all whatever. And so King Solomon was asked, "What would you like me to give you?" And King Solomon said, "The ability to discern." Not to learn all the forms. Because what we do in language teaching, we teach form. This is the genre form, this is this other genre form, this is this other genre form, this is this grammar form, this is this vocabulary, Kids can only take that much. Anybody can take only that much. But the ability to discern is actually critical. And the more, the better you get. So the idea is to support. What we want from human AI interactions, and especially from researchers and teachers, is to generate systems enhancing students' capacity to discern increasingly better and in increasingly more powerful ways.
Okay, I think that's good answer. When you talked about the forms in critical, I also remember that my earlier career in the AsiaCALL, I also learned from Andrew and you. At that time, I focused mostly on forms, and what both of you told me, I still did not understand, did not change. But actually, because of those kind of AsiaCALL, I listened to you both and then share ideas with other people. So I understand and I changed myself, and I think I'm very thankful for that.
We all started there.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe can I move to Professor Jeremy White? AI tools are now being used to support feedback, grading, and even high-stakes assessment. Do you think AI will change the way we design and understand language assessment?
Yeah, so I think it could, possibly. I'm going to keep my answer short because I don't want to lose the audience. So we're moving to more process-based assessment. So at the moment, our traditional way of doing things, we kind of measure the final product, a final exam, for example. But we can do this now. We can collect longitudinal data, for example, like our drafts, revisions, speeches, etc. But with AI, we can sort of automate these things a little bit more and save ourselves time. So we can spend more time on understanding how the students have progressed over time, rather than just focusing on this one single assessment, one single performance. Also, we can adapt more authentic tasks for the students. So we can adapt it based on the level of the individual students if we want to, rather than one test for everybody. I mean, we would love to, as educators, I'd love to give a different test to each student based on how I feel that they are and what level they are, but it's impossible. So maybe, possibly, AI has the potential to be more individualized, to give individualized assessments. I don't know if this is possible. This is, just ideas of where I would like to see it go in the future. And as was said a few times over the last day or so, wait 5 years and we'll see what happens with this sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. So I think your answer, and I also remember Anya's talk today, keynote today, about providing the rubrics for AI to evaluate, to assess the paper. And even though it is accuracy or not, we still know that that's much better than nothing like before, right? So the assessment, not just looking at something wrong, but we focus on the process, like Jeremy just said, and Anya also mentions not just about the product, or Andrew mentioned about ownership. So we might evaluate in a different ways, right? Like the process, how the student, and then answer for Andrew questions about what is learning. So what is learning? We also think about the ideas of the process of learning, how we assess the student. We change the way we assess. I think maybe I have more questions for you, Professor and Jeremy. Many teachers worry about the accuracy and fairness of AI-based feedback and scoring. What can institutions do to make sure the systems are valid, transparent, and aligned with sound assessment principles?
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult one. From my personal experience at the moment, the institutions are not doing anything, and it's being left up to the individual instructors. So my answer is, theoretically, if the institutions start paying attention to AI, so they would have to sort of calibrate what the AI is doing with some sort of human expert raters, or using rubrics that are designed by educators and given to AI to use, or a sharing of between educators, sharing of the data across different proficiency levels of the students. Yeah, it's a really difficult question, that one. So, yeah, what else have I got here? Okay, so if institutions want to use AI to give the feedback, then there needs to be sort of clear scoring rationales. But there needs to be an understanding of what sort of errors that AI can make when it is giving the feedback. And I mean, one of the examples we're seeing at the moment is, sorry, Andrew, I'm going to talk about academic writing. With academic writing, there is huge error rates when it comes to, putting that through AI checkers. And in my talk today, a student who had 40% AI detection, but I know the student didn't use AI at all. So this is a huge problem. So institutions need to train teachers to interpret the AI feedback and to understand when to trust it and when not to trust it. Build some policies around it. There's no real policies at the moment that well, especially in my institution, around it at the moment. So we should be able to override the scores or the feedback of AI if we feel that it didn't give the right score, for example. And AI shouldn't be given sort of the high stakes pass-fail type decisions. That still needs to have the human touch to it, I believe. So yeah, again, it's a kind of a wait 5 years and see what is happening in this situation.
I think that maybe your answers and our discussion these days also very meaningful and helpful to Dr. Lala too, because this is the university, cyber university, right? You train people, students online, and might also think about developing AI assessment for the students. And I give you one question. Teachers, like since I came to this conference, this is the first time I visit Indonesia, and I see very different culture.
Yeah.
So, and not just different culture from compared to Vietnamese culture, but within this culture, I see a lot of different cultures too. So the teachers in multilingual and multicultural environments often face unique challenges when integrating AI tools. Based on your research, what are the most common barriers they encounter?
All right. So thank you for this important question, Mr. Ho. In my work developing and implementing the multisensory call, especially in under-resourced universities and schools, I have observed that the barriers teachers face in multilingual settings go far beyond technical issues. I think the real challenges are more on, pedagogical, linguistic, and epistemological issues. And first, AI tools overwhelmingly monolingual and monocultural, and they are probably trained on dominant global languages and norms. So for a teacher in West Java who teaches English to Sundanese-speaking students using Sundanese or Javanese, influence or intonation patterns, an AI pronunciation coach that only recognizes the standards, the British or American or even Australian accent, I think doesn't just fail, it probably erases the learner's linguistic identity, even though I also believe that we can help the students to have probably a highest proficiency level, so they can keep their local identities while they can still reach the highest standard of English. And so this alignment discourages use and reinforces a kind of linguistic hierarchies, I guess. And second, most AI-driven platforms prioritize memory and repetition over imagination, and intelligence, originates not from rote recall or memorization, but from creative, sensory-rich engagement. That's, I think, the battery runs out. So, sorry. And in short, the greatest barrier isn't technology itself, but it's the lack of co-design. And I think AI must be developed with, not for the teachers in multilingual context, and honoring their linguistic repertoires, cultural references, and pedagogical imagination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think maybe the last question.
Sure, okay. Let's keep it straight.
Thank you.
Hard question.
What kinds of institutional or policy level support systems are needed to ensure that AI enhances, not widens, educational equity in language learning?
Okay, it's also a very critical question, especially as AI risks deepening the digital divide under the guise of innovation. So first, I think we have to think of having some localized open pedagogical infrastructure. I think the SIBER University has to do that very soon. So institutions must invest not in, what's the word? Proprietary AI platforms, but in open, adaptable systems that allow teachers to localize content and feedback mechanism. So I think we can have like open source recording apps and filtered audio tools to so teachers can curate emotional prosody samples in Bahasa Indonesia, in Sundanese, in Javanese, in Bahasa Minangkabau, or even in Arabic. So the students can validate, let's say, their home languages as bridges, not barriers. So policies should incentivize such culturally sustaining AI design, so not just AI adoption that we've been talking about. And secondly, I think regional collaboration for equitable innovation is also important. No single institution can solve this alone, I guess, and we need Asia-wide consortia or Asia-Australia consortia, like the networks of SIEKH, to develop shared multilingual AI datasets, maybe open call repositories, and ethical guidelines. So, for example, we can imagine a regional AI speech dataset co-built by teachers from Indonesia, from Vietnam, from Japan, from Australia, And so we can capture the beautiful diversity of English phonologies in our context. So such initiatives prevent the global south from becoming passive consumers of the northern AI. And in essence, I think equity isn't achieved by giving everyone the same AI tool and by ensuring every teacher, every student has the right, the resources and respect to shape AI in ways that honor their students' full humanity. So I think that's what I can think of, Profo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And I think equality, so we just acknowledge the technology AI today, right? Provide teachers and students equal in terms of using. So maybe the role of the teacher in the future might be different. Instead of teaching students knowledge, they teach students how to use AI efficiently, for example. So dear AsiaCALLers, participants and distinguished guests and beloved students over there, our discussion today has highlighted several key issues. AI brings real opportunities for more personalized learning, creative teaching, and stronger support for learners. At the same time, careful and critical use of AI is very essential. We must think about ethics, transparency, accuracy, and the changing roles of teachers and learners. We have been reminded that technology must serve people and that our work should always aim to keep language education human-centered, comprehension as Professor Andrew mentioned, inclusive and fair. The future of AI in language education will depend on how well we combine technological innovation with sound pedagogy, reflective practices, and strong collaboration among educators, researchers, and institutions. On behalf of AsiaCALL 2025, I would like to sincerely thank Professor Dr. Andrew Lyon, Professor Jeremy White, Dr. Anya Lyon, Dr. Lala, for sharing your insights and experiences with us. I would like to thank all of you in the audience for your thoughtful questions, your engagement. Yeah. We hope today's symposium inspires new collaboration, new research directions, and new possibilities for our collective future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all our distinguished guests and keynote speakers. We hope that this symposium will serve not only a conclusion, but also a new beginning for future research, innovation, and collaboration across borders.
And before we move to the final part of our program, allow us to express our deepest appreciation to the organizing committees, partners, and volunteers who have worked tirelessly to make the 22nd AsiaCALL International Conference 2025 a great success.
We also extend our sincere thanks to all distinguished guests, keynote speakers, participants who have shared their expertise and passion with us, inspiring us to rethink, reimagine, and reshape the future of education and technology.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a memorable closure to the 22nd AsiaCALL International Conference 2025, let's take a moment to look back at the wonderful highlights, achievements, and memories we have shared.
Maybe you can, yeah. Okay, welcome.
Please enjoy
the summarizing video of the 22nd AsiaCALL International Conference 2025.
It's a reflection of our collective journey and the spirit of academic excellence that bind us all together here.
text, right? Student research proposal is an academic text, it's not a code. Also sometimes. So what does it signal to you if you still can you remember what we wrote before?
It's just analyzing. When it's IUI, you don't actually go forward scaffolding things.
For years and start with for focus instruction. It's only
Can you hear that again? ASL 2025!
What a wonderful journey it has been through while 22nd AsiaCALL International Conference 2025.
And now let's listen to a special speech that will be delivered by the President Conference of AsiaCALL 2025. Please welcome Mr. Lala Bumela Sudimantara, PhD.
All right, okay. All right, once again, good afternoon, everyone. As the president of the conference, I'd like to mention that I'm so grateful today. It's really, a blessing days for me to be with you all in the stage of preparation and also during the main days of the conference. I have been learning a lot from, not only from all the keynote speakers, but I also learned a lot from my team, the global engagement team, the protocol mahasiswa, the dancers, the MCs, the singer. I think we have done something beyond our imagination. And to be honest, this is the first and probably the biggest international conference that is run by the university. And I think we have to give the big round of applause to everyone that are coming here, everyone. So when we had an agreement, like last year, with the AsiaCALL executives, CIREBON was announced as the 2025 host for the conference. Actually, I was happy, I was excited, but I knew that it was going to be a very long, complicated journey, especially, running the conference in the context of budget efficiency, and we have a very rigid administrative works. And so this year, we actually made gradual preparation for the conference. But the real final preparation took place in the last 2 months. And I was a bit, panicked when Mr. Ho emailed me, Lala, can you get the flight tickets for Jeremy? I said, it's still ongoing, right? So, but alhamdulillah, we could make it. We finally made it. So all the administrative works completed and approved by our high officials, and then we can run this big program. So I cannot thank you enough, everybody. And then I can see that you still have the stamina, the energy, the focus, right, to learn with us all together here. And I hope that we can have a long-lasting memory about 22nd AsiaCALL here in Cirebon, Indonesia. Not only because we have the new president, okay, but it's because we have gathered here to create a bigger momentum for learning together in the future. Okay, so thank you everyone for coming. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Anya, Mr. Ho, Prof. Jeremy White, and everyone. And to all of my students who are coming here, so Ladies and gentlemen, those are my super special students from my English creative unit. So they are all here. Tepuk tangan buat kalian semua. And we went to the mountain together. We rode the motorcycles, and we will do it again like next week, everyone. So we will go hiking again to those sacred places. We will read the poetry, and we will feel the sacredness of the land using reading for emotion and aesthetics. So it's been a pleasure teaching and learning with you all. Okay, everyone, thank you. That's the closing. Thank you.
What a heartwarming closing speech from Mr. Lala. And now we're gonna listen the closing speech from Professor Pampuviho.
So, dear beloved Asia callers, all of you, and hello, distinguished speakers, colleagues, friends, beloved students, as we come to the end of AsiaCALL 2025, it is my honor to deliver a closing remarks for the remarkable conference. Over the past 3 days, we have listened, discussed, shared, and learn together under the theme AI in Language Education, Opportunities, Challenges, and Future Directions. This theme has guided us through powerful presentations, meaningful conversations, and inspiring ideas for our future use of research and learning. Throughout the conference, we have seen how AI can open new possibilities for personalized learning, innovative teaching approaches, and stronger support for learners. We have also been reminded that the responsible use of AI requires careful thought, transparency, strong teacher preparation, and the commitment to ethical practice. Most importantly, we have learned that AI must always serve people, not replace them, and that language education must remain human-centered, inclusive, and equitable. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to our host institution, Universitas Islam SYBER, CIREBON, Indonesia, for their warm hospitality and excellent supports. My dear thanks go to the President of UINSSC CIREBON for welcoming AsiaCALL to your beautiful campus. Dr. Lala, who has served as head of the International Office and Conference Chair, for your leadership, dedication, and careful coordination of the many details that ensure a smooth and successful conference. Thank you. And also my gratitude to our organizing committee, volunteers, and institutional partners for their tireless work behind the scenes. Your efforts made this event possible and very impressive. I'm deeply grateful to all our keynote speakers, presenters, workshop leaders, reviewers, and participants from around the world. Your contributions have created a space of rich academic exchange and genuine professional growth. As president of AsiaCALL this year, I am proud of the spirit of collaboration and innovation that our community continues to build. AsiaCALL has always been more than a conference. It is a network of passionate educators, researchers, and practitioners who believe in advancing language learning through technology. Together, we will continue exploring the future of AI in education with responsibility, creativity, and great care. Before we officially close, I am pleased to announce that AsiaCALL is now welcoming proposals from institutions, interested in hosting AsiaCALL 2026 and 2027, 2028, we invite universities that share our mission and vision to partner with us in organizing next year's conferences, where we will continue expanding our research, strengthening collaborations, and shaping the next chapter of technology-enhanced language learning. Once again, thank you for your presence, your energy until the last minute today, and your commitment to our shared mission. I wish you all safe travels, continued success, and many new opportunities ahead. With that, I officially declare AsiaCALL 2025 closed. Thank you and see you at AsiaCALL 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committees, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all distinguished guests, keynote speakers,
and especially to the Honorable, the President of AsiaCALL, Professor Andrew Lyon, PhD, and our new President of AsiaCALL, Associate Professor Pampuvi Ho, PhD.
The Vice President of AsiaCALL, Enya Lyon, PhD,
and Professor Shamim Rafiq Galea, PhD, and Associate Professor Hassan Khosrabi, PhD.
Professor Jeremy White, PhD, Professor Lala Bumela Sudimantara, PhD, Professor Made Heri Santosa, PhD, and
also Professor Lukman Bayhaki, PhD.
As well as all the presenters, moderators, and participants who have joined us for 3 days agenda on the 22nd AsiaCALL International Conference 2025.
Thank you very much for your invaluable contribution and active participation throughout this event. May our knowledge and collaboration that built here continue to flourish beyond this conference.
We wish everyone continued success in your research and academic journey. We look forward to seeing you again in the next AsiaCALL conference, bringing even greater ideas and collaborations. I am UC.
I am IU.
Wishing you a success and safe travels. See you again at AsiaCALL 2026. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.